And there we go. Let's see, pop this on, pop that off, and let's get in for today. Welcome! I must admit, I'm not used to streaming this often, which means... Where's my... Hold on. There we go. Feeling all naked without my little vest thing. Okay. I'm not used to streaming this often, which means I am rather low on energy today. Which I think we will handle by doing some convergences. As they are a good way to get a couple of viewers in the beginning. Full disclosure. That's the primary reason that I feel like doing more of those. And then I think we'll chill with trying to see if I have enough stuff to craft the rest of the legendary set. So, as you can see, I lack my shoulders, my hands, and my boots are still of ascended gear, and I would like to legendary those up. So, I think that's just there's no bigger plan for today. I'm going to begin setting up the Discord group, and then I figure I'm going to be working a little bit.
Let's see how you fare.
Working a little bit about also potential channel challenges and stuff like that while we wait for the group to assemble. Still in combat, still in combat, still in combat. There we go. So that's the general plan for today, I think. Of course, as always, any of you are welcome to join in and just have some fun in the group if you want to. I think I turned the music a little bit too much down. Let's have it like here, maybe here, somewhere around there. And then you guys tell me if it's too loud or too quiet or too anything at all. Excellent. Let's get our real build going and create a squad. For some reason it always defaults to the purple Catmander, not purple, pink Catmander. I don't know why, that's just something it does. Let's put it over here-ish. And let's see here. I think I'll start just getting that squad message up. Group 1, DPS, Group 2, a heal, Group 3, a DPS, Group 4, Q heal, Group 5, Q, there we go, Q DPS. Boop, boop. And advertise group. I think someone yesterday wanted to do Sorrow, so I think I'm going to be doing CM Convergences, Demon Knight plus Sorrow. 10 heal, 10 Alak, 9 quick. This squad is being chill streamed over on Mook Chivalry. But yeah, we're gonna do that, but then we are going to move on and try to see what is required. Hold on a second. If I click this one on, There we go. And then I might be able to say, please be a little smaller, so that people can still see Guild Wars going on in the background. Because I think we can probably do a lot of the different different stuff here. I have quite a lot of... I think I have 2 gifts of research already made. I think I have enough to make a 3rd. I definitely have enough Essence of Luck. I've been saving that up for a long time now. I also think I might have enough of the Rift Essence and stuff like that. Let me just tap back into the game. Squad. Hey, welcome. So I think that's going to work just fine here. I probably don't have everything of all of these different levels of materials, but we could just turn in all of our... What's that called? Season 4 and 3 and 4 Living World currency stuff. That gives a lot of these in general, and that should be enough to maybe make a couple of these gifts of condensed stuff. The craftsmanship, I think I have a lot of as well. So... yeah, Mystic Clovers I have tons of. The Arcanums might be the thing that drops us here. Let's see if I just remove this again for a little while. Then we can go check. Yeah. Do.
Strange it we send a few.
Oh no, I haven't unlocked the ones that I didn't actively need. So I need Bearing, Grasp, and Footprints. Which ones do I need to actually do that? Footprints. Onira Spawn and Astral Ward booties. Bearing. Same thing. Astral Ward and Onira's shoulders. And Grasp. Probably the same thing again, yeah? Yeah. Astral Ward and Onira Spawn. You can technically just buy those from this guy, can't you? Oh, this is the Astral Ward one. There is Onira Spawn. Purified Rift Essence. Gift of Blood. Yeah, I think I have like 7 or 8 of those essences, so that should be pretty decent. Decently easy, that is. Let's see here. Onira Spawn. There we go. I have 21 of the essences, so should be fine. In fact, let's grab those out and let's see what else did it want from me here.
Wayfinder.
It wants... I think I'm just supposed to get any, but I'll get the light one just in case. So, boots, basically. Gift of totems. And... gift of claws. And... so, totems, claws, and bones. And they are made by... oh, I think they actually just explain it here. Nope. Are they craftable? Yeah, they're craftable. They are like ancient bone, large bone, heavy bone, bone. Yeah, we can do that. Let's see. So, Gift of Bones is Artificer, Huntsman, Weaponsmith, Claws, also artificer, and totems I think was the last one. So my artificer can do all 3 of these.
May Lissa aid you.
Goodbye.
Let's start with just real quick going up and doing the stuff we need in... Oh, sorry, big stretch. Going up and doing the stuff we need up in... What's the word for it? Oh, damn. I'm moving through the Eye of the North, but what I actually... A Mistlock Sanctuary. I'm going to the Eye of the North. Yes, Eye of the North. So, I can see that we're getting a couple of viewers here. What the goal is today is that we are trying to do a couple of convergences, and then because I'm rather tired, we're going to chill with trying to craft my legendary armor. So right now, while waiting for the convergence group to form, I'm just generally checking out the recipe, seeing what I have, what I don't have, trying to get as far into the craft as I can. And one of the things... Hey Swiss, nice to see you. I am very much not used to streaming this much, Swiss. I can feel the... It's not really a headache, right? But it's the feeling of having been more social than you're used to for many hours in a row for multiple days.
The spirits of the wild welcome you.
I'm sure that's a muscle I'll train by just doing it more, but whew. Let's get as much of this stuff as we have the stuff for.
Thank you.
Let's put stuff in there.
Nice gear.
And does your throat hurt from talking that much? That too. The throat is a little bit less of a problem every day as I wake up. It feels like I have learned how to talk with my diaphragm. I have gone through basic song training and stuff like that. So I'm actually decently okay at protecting my throat, making sure I talk right. But it does get worn out a little bit because it is more than I'm used to. Hey, yeah, welcome. Very much more than I'm used to, in fact.
Yes.
May Duena bless you.
Alright. That's what I was going to do. I was going to put all of this stuff over here because we're going to use some of it now. Bloop. Bloop. There we go. Whenever the group fills. But you have a while yet. I'm gonna assume about 15-20 minutes. Alright, I should also really quickly go in here and see and say that we have 1, 2, 3, 4 A heals. So we're down to just needing 6 heals and 6 Alak. And then we have 2 quick DPSs, me and that guy in 5. So 8 quick. Right, I was just doing that, and then I think I want to go Ember Bay as well. That's season 3, right? Ember Bay, to also spend all of my piled up this stuff. Unbound magic, that's the word for it. Get these. Oh, I don't have as much of this. That's fine.
That looks valuable.
There's some vicious claws and some powerful blood. Very nice. Let's go back to the Wizard's Tower on this character. And let's see if when... This is something I haven't actually tested. I want to go over onto my Elementalist to just really quickly do my artificing and craft some gifts of stuff. I don't know if that means I lose the command attack or not, but I'm going to just check it out, try it out. I'll just warn the people in the group and we'll see how it goes from there, right? I think it's time to crack open this. Very nice. I used to hide that sound, but some people were like, oh my god, but that's the best sound in the world. Why would you rob us of that sound? So, there you go. I'll quickly relog over on my elementalist to craft some stuff. I don't remember if this removes the commander tag, but the group should stay looking for more either way. Yep, I'm doing convergences. There's still lots of time to join. We're only 8 people, though the A-heal position is getting filled up. We are... Right now, I've only put up the convergence for doing Demon Knight and Sorrow, but... yeah, I might be willing to do more. I'm just a little tired. I can feel that I'm not used to socializing and talking as much as I'm doing, and I have been doing these last couple of days. That's a muscle I still need to train a lot. I'll be right back on C. I don't think this should be a problem. I think you should be able to relog between characters without it doing anything weird to the group. But I don't remember. It's been a long time since I've done stuff like this. No, I'm still a commander here. Ah, it works perfectly. And hey, Ulv. Good. Let's get to Mistlock. Mistlock is probably my favorite one of the... Hold on. There we go. Mistlock is probably my favorite one of the places that you can go into. Because it's in another dimension, which means you can always teleport back to your previous map. Unlike stuff like the captain's starship, or whatever it's called, the one that's flying around outside of Lion's Ark. And it's very compact. You have everything you need just like within easy reach here in the middle. So I think it's one of the better ones. Gift of... So I think I needed bones and
Look at this.
claws and... Was it totems the last one? I think it was totems the last one. Your favorite is still the fishing one? You forget the name? The fishing one. Yeah, Isle of Reflection. The one that you got from when you bought the newest... No, Isle of Reflection is the guild hall. But yeah, that one that you get from when you do the newest expansion, right? Well, it's not the newest expansion. The Kantha expansion. I think it's Kantha expansion that gave that one. Mistlock is by far the most convenient, yeah. But, yeah, all the crafters in tiny circle with Mystic Forge in the middle. Yeah, this one has all the crafters in a tiny square. The Mystic Forge is a little over to the side. But on the other hand, this one also has all of the, well, you know, the mist vendors. So it... I think you can argue that there are some of them that's... Aesthetics. Aesthetics are important. Aesthetics are important. Like, I have been watching some of the other streamers these last couple of days when I'm not online myself and engaging with them and having a little fun in that chat and stuff like that. And very nice community of streamers, but many of them use the Bliss shot, and I can't get over the Bliss shot. It's those arrows just going through everything and big squares, and oh, it ruins my immersion. So I'm yeah. I like to say that I'm all about optimization and, you know, the things that should be the best, blah 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 blah. But then it comes to stuff like that, and I go, but my immersion though.
Thank you.
We're going for Demon, Night, and Sorrow in this group. Is there a specific one you need? Can I craft Purified Essence on this character? Purified Rift Essence. Yeah, I can. 2, 3. I think I need 6 of them because I also need to do it for the other kind of set. Also, Mistlock has lore, which I also think is really awesome. Like, there's the Mistlock bartender talks about how Mistlock Sanctuary is basically a possible future in the mists from a world where Ark, the guy we fight, the mysterious Azora we fight in multiple fractals, where that guy got away with his entire mystery machine thing that he was going for. Oh god, I need to make more research notes. Oh well. Let's put some stuff up for trade, and then after we're done convergencing, we might have to do a round of fractals so that I can get some... No, wait, I have a lot of ascended, random ascended stuff going around. You can actually remove ascended stuff and get like research notes instead of ascended, right? If I find, I think I have some research stuff lying about here somewhere. There we go. No, you can't. Didn't someone, I think someone in chat mentioned that they like to research their ascended stuff as the way to get their research notes? How do they do that? Does anyone in chat know? Or was I misunderstanding something? That's very plausible, by the way. I misunderstand stuff all the time. You do it, Swiss. How do I do it? How do I take these ascended stuff and make them into research notes instead of into other stuff? Oh no, that's still in my head. All day yesterday, I had Bring Honor to Us All from Mulan on my head as well, and it's still in there. Yeah, you use Ascended Gear for research notes, but how do I use them for research notes, Swiss? How do I do it? I just tried to... Oh, stat swap it so it counts as crafted. What's the cheapest stat swap to do? It's generally not super hard. Essence management is most important, and Umbriel is the hardest one, though. You usually look at whatever the cheapest one right now is up on Guild Wars 2 efficiency. Well, let's do that real quick. Guild Wars 2 efficiency. Boop. Is it under crafting? Do you find the stat swaps under crafting? Precursor on legendaries, ascended weapons and armor. No, I think it's not this one. Stats? No, that's my account statistics. Currency trading post. Lottery? I don't think it's a lottery thing. I don't know how to use this, Swiss. I'm a noob. I'm just gonna find something that I can craft and then stat change them into that. Just remember what the recipe for that is. Whatever exotic inscription I can craft. There's probably one around somewhere. Art. Yeah, welcome back. Welcome back. Again for some of you. To get that, I probably have to go on one of my crafters that can actually craft that. There are exotic inscriptions for a few copper in the TP. Yeah, we're doing that for sure. We are doing that for sure. Thank you, Endor. They're all called like... The exotic inscriptions are all called like master inscription of something, right? Carrion? Let's look for that. Hey, both could use a few more, so you pick. So let's just do the math again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 healers. So we need 2 more heals. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Alec. So we need 3 more Alec. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 quick. So we just need 1 more quick. And that's an extra Alec heal, which is very nice. 1 heal. And that heal, I actually think needs... No. That's fine. That's fine. Oh. Remove group from looking for group while I just sort this out. Because now we have all the healers we need. So now we know that we are going to want 1 A DPS and 1 Q DPS. Boop. And I'm gonna move down to the Q DPS so that it's obvious. Sorry, most recent Q heal. We just filled up on healers. Can you do pure DPS or potentially a DPS? We need no more Q DPSs. What was I looking for here? Right. I was looking for the carrion. Carrion in... Hello, Mr. Antunha. Antunha. There we go. Make sure we get all of that. Master Carrion inscription. Carrion or a Calcum boot inscription. That's right. But that's too expensive. It's not like that. Oh. Antunha. 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 Now I tried putting the what's that called? Reflection on everything I know how to do. What do I need? I need 2 ADPS. We're now lacking 2 DPS. All 50 is strong. It needs that for soldier healing. Someone just opened the convergence. So we're going to be coming back to doing the legendary stuff after we've done the convergences. And Tunla. I don't know what that other word is, so I don't know if that's, then that would be Gallego or Gallego. But Antunha, Antunla. Antunia. Antonia. Antonia? Antunia. I'll get it sooner or later. Not sure what they're called, but they're ones you commonly get from salvaging exotic gear. Check the sinister inscription or insignia. If I remember correctly, they were some of the cheaper ones. Like the first pronunciation. Antunha. Cool. I'll stick to that then. Antunha.
Focused. Concentration.
Okay, once we're filled, please don't start the convergence. I'd like to write at you for a little bit to make sure we get the important stuff. We don't need any more heals. Please move to group 3 for DPS. I can create the group so that people can see that it exists. There we go. One. Perfect. Lock those subgroups. Look at the groups now. Oh, I need one DPS to volunteer as norm DPS. Antunia. Perfect, Antunia. Got it. Thank you, and thank you for being patient with me while I learned your name. Hey, we don't need any more special DPS or anything. I think I need to update this as well. Sorry, Death Note, you're going into the DPS pile. Look at your group now. If you're in group 1, I need you to DPS. Group 2 are A heals, 3 A DPS, 4 Q heals, 5 Q DPS. You are what role that group is. I'll begin sorting them out now. Yes, you can still join as a normal DPS. Lost sanity. I've just delisted the group very shortly because I wanted to make sure that people understood where they were in the, well, in the food chain is a big word. I will be listing the group again now. 3, 4, 5. There we go. Sure, Illidan. Let's do Sorrow first. Alright, here we go. Bloop, 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 bloop. Get you up there, and you down to me here. Then I'm Spanish, and the NH in our word,
My dust.
yeah, so it's like niño, right? The NINO meaning child or something, where it goes niño. Ah, you have that. Oh, so it's Antuña, like in niño, nin, something like that. Yeah. Okay, it's one of those words that you know a little bit, because I think I had Spanish for 1 year in my secondary education, temporarily-ish. Just one of those things. Hey, welcome, Snuggle. Thank you. It's about everything I learned in Spanish. It was some of the very, very basic pronunciations. The advanced stuff, like how to do all of your gendering of words and that stuff. I mean, we technically learned it, but I've forgotten it again. It's a nice language, but it is also... Well, honestly, it's probably not actually a difficult language, because the languages that have the gendered words, I find, often have a very simplistic way to... Except for how... Knowing when to gender a word in which gender can be difficult, but then the rest of the grammatical stuff is usually a little bit more the rules as written and not as many that sounds weird. Group 3 probably still has like 2 DPSs. Group 3 probably still has 2 DPS then. Who's DPS in group 3 right now? No problem, I learned French in high school, but I forget more of the things. I learned the most important sentence in all of French. Je voudrais une glace, s'il vous plaît. It means I would like an ice cream, please. Or, well, you know, it's the very, 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 very formal way of saying that. It's the like, if you wouldn't mind, it would be an absolute pleasure if you would please bring me a single ice cream, good sir. It's that kind of like over-the-top formality. Chrysilia. Excellent. Where's Chrysilia? There. And who's the person that pointed out the 2 Q heals? It's Executioner. Bloop. There we go. That should do it. And you two up here. And I need to find and copy paste the thing over here. While I do the standard speech that all of you have heard 1,000 times before, I'm just gonna roll a quick roll of ads to make sure that we stay off the pre-rolls. See you in a little bit. Convergences, copy, paste. Oh, sorry, Chris.
Sharper still.
Let's see, Chrysilia. 'Cause I don't have the right one. 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 'Cause I don't have Who are the Q heals in for then? Who are the Q heals in for then? No, wait, I still need to put you down there because I just stole an A heal from... No, I did steal an A heal from 3, so I need to put someone up in 3. Right. Put a normal DPS down. Oh well. I think 3 and 4 are together for hot like lave. Hot like lava, there we go. And there we go. Alright. Thanks. Alright. So, to summarize the most important stuff, so we can get going. Essence management is what wins or loses convergence CMs. You need essence drops from all cryptis as well as the boss at certain health. God damn it. It was supposed to be... There we go. I put you down here. I take you, who I don't think is anything up there. There we go. Alright. There are certain health thresholds from all curses. This essence is the only way to heal Soja. That means that if you're turning in essence when Soja has 100% health, you waste a limited healing resource. Hey Palili, I'm sorry that the ads welcomed you. I just needed to do some before we actually started the convergence. You waste a limited healing resource. And at the same time, having essence on you boosts damage, which means the boss will go down faster, which means he will drop more essence more often. So healing Soja is a DPS check in some ways. Now, you have healing Soja is the DPS check in some ways. Now, so when to heal Soja? When you turn in your essence when Soja is about 80% health. If you are a healer or boon DPS, turn in when she's just a little higher, since we lose less DPS from you turning in. If you're squishy and worried about getting downed, turn in at 90%, since getting downed throws your essence everywhere, and can make it hard, can make it disappear, losing healing potential again. Good. Sorrow isn't super difficult, but make sure to stay out of the way when he flies and lands. That can deal a surprising amount of damage. I am, as written, chill streaming this over on Mook Chivalry, so you can over on Mook Chivalry, so you can pop into Twitch. Yeah, I'm streaming this over on twitch.tv/mookchivalry, so you can pop over there if you want a gentle guiding voice through the encounter. And lastly, please remember that flaming or yelling one-word sentences like Soja can be difficult to pass during an encounter. Keep frustrations in to not waste your own attention and others and make others more stressed. And if you want to advise, give full commands like Soja is getting low, please turn in essence if you have any. Much easier to follow in a stress situation. Good. That was all. I'll RC now and put out a station. Do the ready check, do the demon slaying station thing. Okay. It's okay, gotta support somehow. Yeah, that's also how it is, and I feel like... Thank you, Andor.
Nice gear.
Very nice. I'll wrap it. Thank you. Ooh, thank you for the subscription, Save the Sun. Very, very nice. Thank you. I promise that all money from subscriptions are going to buying myself more time to do, well, this and my guide videos over on YouTube. Because I just want to see us be a nice community that both help each other in here as well as in game. Oh, right, also, if you want to get in on the Discord, it's not sub only. You can write !Discord in the chat, and there should be a link to my Discord. And I have just recently started an in-game guild. This one. That you can also get in by just whispering me in-game. My name you can also find by writing !Guild in the chat.
Portaled in as soon as we lost track of your astral
Thank you,
fluctuation.
Per Lily.
I'll need to
I'm
focus
looking
on
forward to it
maintaining
as well.
Arcander's Tyrion.
Well,
The nearest waypoint
I'm
is
I'm looking forward to it in the way where I want it to have... I want to have enough to be able to do this because I'm enjoying this, but I'm also enjoying this, right? I'm enjoying the small... I'm enjoying the small chat where I can actually respond to all of you, and it feels like more personal relationships. I know that when you go into a stream of like, let's just take the biggest, right? If you go into Co Carnage's stream, He has a very, very well organized chat. He's very good at making sure that there's not a lot of spam. It still feels like a conversation in there. But there are still enough people doing well thought out comments and things that he will rarely be able to get to you specifically, right? Because there's just so many people. Alright, I forgot to talk about the Warclaw. If anyone joined from the squad, let me just remind you that you can mount your Warclaw in the middle of combat, which means that Warclaw is an optimal mount for this strike when you don't have to fly around between isles. It is also resistant to CCs and the like, so whenever the boss drops essence or anything drops essence, and if you want to get back to Soldier fast with your essence, you can simply jump quickly on your Warclaw and then run back to there. Hold on, I'll just cancel this ready check. I stopped the game before everyone actually wrote ready. That's my bad. But yeah, make sure to pick up as much essence as you can in this first phase, because each essence bump gives you more damage, and at 50 it actually, it gives you 20 power and condition damage per stack, which, 20 isn't a lot, but times 50, that's 2,000. And 2,000 is a enormous amount. Because 2,000 is like, it's a doubling of the amount that you actually have on your gear. So that's, you basically see it as, if you have max stacks of Crypticessence, you will be doing just about 150% your normal damage. It's a little simplified, but around that amount. First split. Let me just plop the squad message again to make sure people have an easy I can almost speak English. Let me just pop the sublist again to make sure that people have easy access to it. There we go. And also, one thing about the Discord, I'm not super active in there right now. I'll be, if anyone writes something or asks something, I'll be sure to check it out, but I'm not super active in creating community in there. But one thing that I am doing in the Discord right now is that I'm looking for people who want to join a progression group for Harvest Temple Challenge mode, which is potentially the most difficult challenge mode in the game. And it is so difficult that I felt like it's a little too much to just expect people to be able to do it naturally, so to speak. Hold on, southeast. Yeah, I'm going the right way. To expect people to just pog it. Pogging is something like I pogged. What's that one called? Kinding Overlook Challenge mode. It took 10 hours. We did it. It was really great. Most of the time, honestly, was spent waiting for new groups to form. But Harvest Temple is on an entirely different level than that, because it's such a marathon, and you don't want a group where people are leaving all the time, because you will expect to lose many times. I heard from one of the very good members of this community, one of those people with a lot of skill, that their first time doing Harvest Temple took them 300 tries. So it is a lot. It is a lot. And so, I am currently looking for people who want to join 300 times. I'm currently looking for people who want to join a progression squad for that. And there's a little like sign up thing that tells you what I expect from you if you sign up. I don't expect like a huge amount of experience or anything, but I do expect you to have, the basic understanding of your character, being able to deal decent amount of damage compared to your benchmark, stuff like that. Because it is just that, when you want to do the most difficult thing in the game, it'll of course take a little bit more. And of course we'll be streaming it if and when that squad happens. So the plan is to do it Mondays and then just dedicate the first couple of hours of stream there. Almost as much as our anchor runs yesterday. Yeah, that kind of felt like 300 tries. It wasn't actually 300 tries, but it kind of felt like that at some points. Just do the quick little... nah, they're doing fine. They're doing fine. They're doing fine. I shouldn't micromanage. What I was looking at right here was that I saw that Soldier was getting a little bit low compared to what we want to see. And I was going to write out a reminder that if you're in group 9 or 10, your primary job for group 9 is to go through and kill each of the Agent of Spites as they spawn, and then heal Soldier with the essence as you get it. And that group 10 secondary objective, it's the group 10 has to help with that when there are no Cryptic Siege engines up. There are 2 up right now, but they are clearly somewhat doing that job since there's only 1 up now. So you know, group 9 and group 10, you're doing great. If any of you are in chat, you're doing great.
That went better than I expected.
Also, 1 from our group just got downed. That is... oh, we are only going to be the 2nd island to clear. Oh well, 7 to 8. You did good, man. When we get to the boss, if someone gets downed, pick up their essence before you rest them. Because the priority is to make sure that the essence doesn't get wasted. Like the people who are flying over Soldier right now are wasting their essence. We want to keep our 50 stacks of essence. We want as many people as possible to have 50 stacks of essence when boss spawns. Both to have a backlog for healing and to have more damage to make the boss drop essence faster. Also, please remember to only heal Soldier when you are... Please remember to only heal Soldier when he is below 80% when it comes to the boss. Unless you are worried about losing your essence, then you can be one of the people handing in early and doing it at 90% instead. Also, if you're a healer or a boon DPS, your essence matters just as much for healing Soldier, but it matters less for keeping... for doing DPS to the boss, since you will be doing less DPS. So turning in a little earlier might be good for you. Not earlier than 90%, mind you, but earlier than 80%.
Focus. We need to focus. I'll keep it vulnerable. You take it down.
Oh, it's over here. I also just learned earlier today that Soldier is voiced by Felicia Day. Very nice. I hadn't noticed at all. That is one expensive voice actor to hire. Yeah, this is it. This is the part where you have to be careful not to stand in the circles and not to stand directly underneath the dragon. Because as it lands, it'll deal a massive amount of damage. And then behind dragon to do CC. again, this is dangerous to stand right beneath the dragon. You want to be kind of at the edge of the dragon's red circle.
Vigor. Recovery.
And this is a good... well, I decided to die there. Well, get down, but same. This is a good time to turn into Soja. Soja is getting a little low. Oh, I died. How did I die? What? I clicked the ability to make all of that easier. Like the Jade Bot, please resurrect me ability. I'm so confused about that.
The dragon wakes.
Well, as a wisp, you have the abilities to heal your party. And you have the ability on your 4 to get a downed person up instantly. And of course you can still collect essence, and you can still turn that essence into Soja. Yeah. This means I have to be very careful for the rest of the strike, however, since I cannot get downed again. If I get downed again, I get downed for good. So... oh, that's annoying. Some of the essence is within the launcher, so we can't really get to it. Oh well. Also, another good thing to remember is to... when we're moving between dragons, when we're moving between the bosses, it's a better idea, unless Soja is on very low health, it's a better idea to heal her after you arrive at the new location, because she will take damage while we're flying as well. So there's less of a risk of overhealing her if we wait until after she has moved. Good job on the CC though. Try to stay out of the rift fissures in the ground. Exactly what Fauny said. It's a good time to pick up some essence if you have access to it. And the Warclaw again makes it easier to move around when we're being kind of CC'd. I want to do positive reinforcements for the people who actually call out mechanics in the way that I think it's best to do it. So when that guy just took the time to actually write out the full message, when that guy just took the time to actually write out the full message, like I want them to do, I want to make sure to take a little bit of time to say that that was nice.
Our fallen.
I think the problem is that we lost a lot of essence when many of us died, so we're behind on the amount we have. Almost as much. That's always better than berating others for something they did wrong. Yeah, exactly. And I'd specifically written out in the beginning of this, you might have been at an ad break at that point, but I specifically wrote out at the beginning of this telling people to please, if they were to write things, then instead of just writing Soja, lots of exclamation marks, then, you know, write out what we needed to do about it. So, you know, say Soja is getting kind of low, now's a good time to hand in your essences, stuff like that. And that guy wrote Soja low, comma, please heal. Which, you know, it's not as long, but it gets the point across without being a rude, like, expecting people what to do totally without giving them any kind of information on it. have to pump DPS to make it drop more essence fast.
Can't stop me. There he is. Now.
I really need to get my mounts like loaded on. How are you? Oh no! Oh no! 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 Saved! 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 Phew. I really need to get my mounts put on separate hotkeys instead of this switching around manually that I've been doing. I've been satisfied with that for years because it's just like, yeah. I mean, whenever I have to do the mount, it's gonna be fine anyways. But currently, when you have to go between the sky scale and the Warclaw, the reason I have a difficult time saying Warclaw because every time I try to say Warclaw, my brain goes Warhammer, and that doesn't make any sense, but it feels like one of those things that just, yeah.
We can end this here and now.
Ugh. Hate it when there's a gravity well in the middle of having to pick up essence, because it feels bad to miss too much essence. Love your Warhammer mount? Yeah, I do too. I do too. Such a nice mount, the Warhammer mount. Okay, so basically we are a little behind on the essence because I think we were like 9 people who died, me included, so I'm part of the problem. Hey, it's me, I'm the problem, it's me, right? But that means that we are a little bit behind on how much essence we have, so there's a lot of this that are like, we just have to really be pumping our DPS as much as possible, really focusing, because we need to get as much essence from the boss as possible, to get it down as fast as possible, to be able to heal Soja as fast as possible. Because we are working with a Soja where, you know, you want to begin healing when she's at 80%, but right now we just don't have the essence to heal even though she's about at 50%. It's really, really rough. Also, small trick, I just saw a lot of people running towards Soja right after we had broken the boss. The boss takes, you know, 100% extra damage when it's broken, which means if we've just picked up essence, then you attacking it until the exposed buff is gone means we optimize DPS. Again, unless Soja is so low that we really need it immediately, then waiting those 10 seconds increases our DPS a lot. Jabal. We did it, and we did it in 19 minutes and 6 seconds, which means we get the gold for as much loot as we can possibly haul away. Very, very nice. Okay. Hell... not Hell Knight, Demon Knight next.
Refreshing.
In your opinion, the top DPS should get a reward? I know you're just saying that because you want whoever that might be. You know, we'll never know who the top DPS in this entire squad was. So it could be anyone that you wanted to get that reward, right? It's probably a totally selfless act. You know, the reward I can give you is praise. Thank you, Swiss. It's very nice to have you in the groups. having pumpers in the groups means that we can get more new people that do very low DPS through. So you're making a huge difference in getting people into some of this more instance content. Thank you, thank you. Okay. We'll reset the groups and do them again to make sure we get them right. Then I'll put up the group again. If I'll do Umbriel today, whew, that's the most difficult one and the one that's most likely to fail. And then you have to deal with some of the older, more experienced generation of this game getting very salty, which someone says that they think my in-game music is a little loud. Thank you for that. I'll turn it down a little bit here. Something like this. Please tell me if you think that's better or if you need more or something like that. You can probably Pyrex. Takes a little while to put everything back. So we are now back at looking at group 1 DPS, group 2 A heal, group 3 A DPS, group 4 Q heal, group 5 Q DPS. Doop. Please sort yourselves out into the groups again. There's an add-on for Guild Wars 2 where you can mark the roles of people, quick heal, etc., make your life easier when leading a... Yeah, it's an extension for Arc DPS, isn't it? I believe that Arc DPS has an extension that allows you to mark people with different colors. I wish that was in the main game, and it's a reason that I am definitely considering getting Arc DPS. Because, whew! I'll put myself here just to mark that group. And... seem to be a little unlucky with who decided to leave here. Mason now. You are absolutely right. Top DPS should get a potato. That's a good one. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 heals, so we need 4 heal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, that's another healer. So we are actually up to 7 heal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Alak. So we need 3 Alak. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 quick. So we need 3 quick as well. Boop. And I'll pop down into the quick group. Oh, and there's another Alak heal. 2 heal, I think. 2 Alak, 3 quick. There you go. Thanks, Bronson. And thank you to anyone who decides to follow, sub, or do any of that stuff over on stream. It helps out a lot. Just calling that out, putting in the old self-insert, the old plug. All of that. You have Arc DPS and Boon Table installed. Not sure exactly how that other add-on works. Huh. So, you're saying that Boon Table is a separate add-on? Or do you say that Boon Table is the additional add-on to Arc DPS? Thank you for following Mesa now. The quiet before the storm, right? That's what they say, the quiet before the storm. That's the feeling of going between these. And you know what? Lost Sanity. I'm willing to give Umbriel a try. I'm probably not willing to give Umbriel a lot of tries, but I'm willing to give Umbriel a try. We'll do that group a little different. That group will probably tell people that they should have, if they're pure DPS, they should have a minimum DPS of 15k. We'll not actually be looking at kicking anyone with a DPS under or over like 10k or something, but just have the aspiration of those 15k. Because Umbriel, the group we had right now, would have wiped if the boss was Umbriel. No question. You're interested in Harvest Temple CM? You heard that I will run a progression run? Yes! If you pop over into the Discord, I have a subgroup in there or whatever, a channel under my main channel that's called like HTCM registration that you can sign up under. If you aren't in the Discord yet, you can write !Discord and you can get the link there. You know, write it in Twitch chat. Are you planning to do Hell Sister and Dreadwing? I'm not. Not today, FKC. I just wanted to warm up with some Convergences, but I'm actually kind of tired today because I've been streaming for the last couple days straight. Like, this is the 4th day in a row that I'm streaming, and those last streams have been... I think yesterday was the shortest one at 6 hours, and I think the other ones were about 10 hours each. And I'm not used to that. I'm working up, learning the stamina, working out at streaming, so to speak. That probably will take me a little time to build up that stamina, so to speak. But that means that today I need it to be a little bit more chill. So I'm thinking of, once we've done these here, I am going to be working on my legendary armor. That's the next plan here. But I am doing Convergences every week. I'm doing a full clear. I've already cleared fully this week. Multiple times, in fact. Oh, well, not multiple times full clear. I've done multiple iterations of many of the instances. That's the better way to put that. I've not full cleared multiple times. Sorry. Misspoke. But I have done all of them. And I did that Monday, and I'm doing that every Monday. And you can find me here doing that. And I started, what's 3 p.m. my local time, which is GMT +1. And that is, hold on, I need to edit my group description here. And that's like 1 hour, 20 minutes ago from now. My stream starts 1 hour and 20 minutes ago from now, back in time. So, you know, I don't know what that is, your local time. In my local time, that's 3 p.m. I don't need any more Alak. I just need 3 Q DPS. I need one of you Q heals to go either DPS or Q DPS. Sorry for the inconvenience. 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 There we go. Doom, 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 doo, doo, doom. And thank you for the follows to both. I heard the follow sounds, but I don't think I had the time to really get it in. Let's see. I should be able to see it over here, right? FCK and Lost Sanity. Thank you so much. That means a lot. That means that you subscribed before you followed Lost Sanity. I mean, I don't mind. I value that subscription a lot. I really wanna... I have emotes in the works, and I need 10 subscribers to unlock more slots for emotes. The ones that I'm working on right now is that I would like an emote of like every single type of portal. So like this portal to Convergences, and the one in Arborstone to Strikes, and the ones so like with different colors of portal things, so that you can have an emote for Strikes and an emote for raids and an emote for to show stuff like that. You are a follower since Monday? Huh. Weird that the pop-up happened now then. That's probably a bug. That's probably a bug. Oh well. Arc DPS can show spoons as... Oh, I've forgotten to pull away my little table here. There we go. Arc DPS can show spoons as well, but it's not as nicely done as Boon Table. Hold on, I'll just make sure to get Boon Table looked up here. Boon Table, Guild Wars 2. Is it the Nox Fighter? No, that's... It says Guild Wars 2 Arc DPS Boon Table. Is there another Boon Table that isn't Arc DPS Boon Table? Doom 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 doom. Yeah. We just need one Q DPS. Ah, perfect. Let me just remove the group here in a second. Oh, we don't need the extra Q heal. Takino or Devilish, would you be able to go Q DPS instead? Not sure. It has been years since I installed it, but seems like the one I use. Okay. So it is the like add-on to the add-on, so to speak. It also says here that it overrides the Arc DPS, the standard Arc DPS options. So that makes sense in that Arc DPS has the functionality, but Boon Table overrides it and makes it better. So I still need to install Arc DPS to use it. Thanks, Takino. Your Q heal right now, as you're in group 4. Was that by mistake? Waiting for that little response before we begin throwing people out everywhere. Ah, perfect. Then please stay Q heal. Note, if you're in group 1 right now, you're a pure DPS. No boons or anything. I'll begin sorting groups now. And of course I can just put this up and say more DPS. So we can fill up while I do this. Bloop. Let's get people in every other group that we can. And bloop, 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 and then the switcheroo with the Dragon Hunter up here and the Willbender down here. Alright. I'll sort out the DPS now. Okay. Bloop. 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 Do 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 do. Oop, that was one too many. I think you were not one of anything. Good. I'm trying to make it so that we have a little bit of class diversity in many of the groups. No reason to mirror our real life society when we are in a video game. There we go. Oh, doing a big stretch here. Big stretch. Oh, that's good. Okay. Oh. Can't mirror society in game as we have a clear best class in game. Spoken like a true Mesmer. Remember that the Mesmers are literally Tyrian royalty and the Tyrian Secret Service and the Tyrian... Like, everything Illuminati-like is the Mesmers. So... It is the one from Nox Fighter. Thanks, Swiss. Okay, here we go, and there we go, and I'm just gonna edit the squad message immediately. Bloop. Here, welcome. Welcome, welcome. There we go. And then I also want an emoji that says, that's like, that immortalizes the idea of the Scamander. And maybe one that immortalizes like AFK Mander. Something like that. I figure like a commander tag that like has like a rogue hood or a thing, you know, something like that. For the Scamander. Hey, welcome all. We'll go in here in a second. Please make sure to... What's that called? Please make sure to not start... Please wait while I talk a bit on you before we start. And let me start when it's time after a ready check. It's weird that I have to write this, but we had those couple of Janthea ones in a row where people insisted on starting the convergence just the second they came in. It was very, very weird one. Me Char, me bonk hard. Seems reasonable. Seems like what a Char would do. Bonk very hard. Okay. Alright, so the most important thing to mind in Convergence CMs is essence management. Essence drops from all cryptis and is our only way to heal soldier. That means turning in essence before when Soja is above 90% health is a no-no, as that wastes our limited healing. We do, however, need her to not go too low, as it's easy to accidentally let her die. Look to turn in your essence at about 80% health. On Soja, that is. If you're a boon DPS or healer, turn in a little higher than that, as essence also gives bonus damage, and your damage is
Focus.
less
Concentration.
impactful. We want to go into the last boss with as many people as possible, having 50 stacks of essence to deal the most possible damage to the boss. Since damage makes the boss drop more essence, DPS is basically healing Soja is basically a DPS check on boss. Yes. Demon Knight is the easiest of the bosses, but can still surprise you, so be careful. And remember that you can mount your war claw in combat. It's resistant to CC and fast, so it's good for collecting and turning in essence. Last thing, I'm live over on twitch.tv/mookchivalry. If you want a gentle guiding voice through the Convergence, consider popping over and listening in. Let's do this. Hey Owen J. Clark, thank you for following. Did you come in over from the Convergence? Before I wrote it out clearly, since you already followed, but it's usually the most easy way to find people. Yep. Nice to have you here. I don't have any more stations. I forgot to grab some demon slaying stations, but... Oh right, Margus. Boop. 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 Thanks for that reminder. You just realized you have someone from our squad blocked and gave him the name AFK at Etark. That's funny. I would be a little worried if this was Umbriel, but at Demon Knight, like... If someone actually stands AFK at middle when we are out doing the islands, we'll ping them, and if they don't move after that, we will kick them, of course. Like, you can't just be AFK just because there's 50 people. At least not to the extent where you are noticed, right? If you stand still for a couple of seconds while you just grab a glass of water or whatever, nobody's going to notice, but it's, yeah. So, we're starting here on Demon Knight is the one. Yes. I keep wanting to write Hell Knight, and I did that yesterday. I wrote This one is just for Hell Knight, and half the people joining thought we were doing Demon Knight, and half the people joining thought we were doing Hell Sister. And both of them were, I mean, they were kind of right to think so. I mean, they were right to think so. Just, whoopsie.
Portal in as soon as we lost track of your astral fluctuation. I'll need to focus on maintaining our tether to Tyrion.
So,
the nearest waypoint is
this first part of
outside
the
range, so reviving
first part of the convergence is basically a little training session. We
Resurrection
want
spells
to
take
gather
all
as much essence as possible so that we have as much damage as possible on the first 3 small bosses here. That means, and this is also, if you're in group 9 or group 10, this is extra important because you will be going in this circle basically and killing avatars of spite until the big boss spawns. Except of course if you're in group 10, your primary function will be to kill the trebuchets, and your secondary function will be to help group 9 kill the avatars of spite. But as you can see, every cryptis we slay here drops a little nodule of essence that you can pick up. Want to make sure that we actually kill the avatars before we move on. Many people move on before the avatars actually spawn here, which is a little funny, but it's also fine, right? It's not really a difficult part, this first part. But you can see every stack of Cryptis Essence gives 20 power and 20 condition damage. But also reduces your maximum health by 1%. That means that at 50 stacks, you are actually getting 2000 power and condition damage, which you can basically see as a plus 50% damage buff. Like, you won't quite deal 50% more because there are other factors, but you'll deal about 50% additional damage, or 150% total damage, right? When you have 50 stacks of Cryptis Essence. You will also only have half your normal life, so be aware that you are generally squishier when you're doing convergences. Our healers are often doing a very, very good job of making up for that. But that means that a little bit more dodging is sometimes required. Especially if you, like me, decided that the best thing in the entire world you could do is to play a class that also stacks up Blight on themselves to reduce their maximum health by being in their Shroud. That means that I have when I have 50 stacks of Essence and I have all my 25 Blight stacks, I have 7,000 max health. I have to dodge a lot to make sure that I don't die. But yeah, you're basically going to go through these 3 points where the Essence things spawn. If you are in group 9 or 10, of course, which is the ones that are the most important to how you play. The rest are just go to your respective island and find the boss there and deal with that boss. Now's the time for the first split. So please note which group you're in here and go to the designated marker, group 1 to 10. Group 1 to 3 to the arrow, 4 to 6 to the circle, and 7 to 10 to the heart. And defeat the boss there. The reason we're doing it like this is that the bosses scale with how many people are helping on them. They don't scale so much that more people isn't going to do a boss faster. If you are a standard person doing your rotation well, you will do a boss faster by being more people on the boss. But by killing 3 bosses that are scaled less, we still take them out in way less time than if we were doing just 1 boss at a time, like 3 bosses with the maximum scaling. So that's why we're switching out. Of course, when your boss is dead, you can come help with the other group's bosses. And we are the slow group over in my group, I see. The other bosses are already dead and we are still halfway there. That's okay. That probably also means we're going to be the slowest for the next part. That starts just after this boss finishes. We are going to be moving out to our islands. And my group, we are going to be starting... Let's just mention all of them here. Group 1 to 2 go Northwest Island. Group 3 to 4 go Southwest Island. Group 5 to 6, which is me, goes Southeast Island. And Group 7 to 8 goes Northeast Island. With 9 focusing exclusively on the middle and 10 killing the trebuchets or siege engines. And then coming out and helping Group 9 whenever there's no siege engines up. Also, we want Group 9 and 10 to deal well enough with their abilities with their part to keep Soldier healed by themselves. because we want the groups that are out dealing with the islands to at all times have their 50 stacks, so that we get the islands killed faster, basically. So that's the big goal here. Yeah, the bosses, like the one we're fighting right now that has the big red circle that's very slow to fill, is one of those that are likely to one-shot you if you don't dodge roll it when you have full stacks of essence. So there's not a lot of extra stuff going on right now. Right now we are just dealing with the bosses as best we can, trying to dodge roll through the big abilities that each boss have. When the big frog thing stomps, which it does on its third pulse, you should have dodge roll enough to go. If you dodge roll slightly after the second, if you wait until the third, it's very much more likely that you're going to get knocked down, and maybe even down, because it deals a lot of damage. The big, like, siege engine looking thing does the big slow red circle around it, around itself. The one we're fighting right now over in my group, that is like it has like a green light in its stomach kind of thing. That one does, it does the red circle too, but it also does green circles that you have to stand on top of each other to make sure that you share. And I think it's the serpent that does the big, like, let's make sure we get that. I think it's the serpent that we're about to fight that does the big AoE around itself, like the line from the Ceres strike. And then, of course, when you get to your general, that general is going to be more dangerous than the lieutenants. Usually they will have more, like... Oh, I accidentally jumped into a field of bad stuff. Those generals will likely have more health. They'll likely be more dangerous in all sorts of ways here. More abilities, more all of that stuff. So... be very careful with that. Also, when you've cleared your island, you can go back and help mid. Make sure, again, we want as many people as possible to have 50 stacks of Cryptus Essence when we finish the last island and we go on to the boss. So try to stack yourself up. Of course, we need to keep Soja healed, but having, let's say, 40 out of 50 people have the max amount of Cryptus Essence available when we go into the final boss. That means that many people... that means that many people are going to have some healing ready for Soja. It means that many people are going to... I'm just going to try to pick up as much of my essence again as I can. Here. And that means that we're dealing as much damage as possible when we get to that phase. So there's a lot of advantages to making sure that we have as much essence as possible when we reach the last phase. It's generally a bad idea to go out and try to help the other islands, again because of the boss, stacking, basically. Scaling is the word. So the bosses will scale if you go out and try to help them instead of just moving into the middle. So that's something to be aware of. Of course, if a group is way behind, like we kind of were in my group here, then it's probably fine. If you're one of the max pumper DPSs, you will probably outscale the scaling of the boss, but, you know. Oh right, the Demon Knight, the most important mechanic, I just saw him do the front slash. The most important mechanic to know is that he's going to do 3 pulls out to one side of himself, and then 3 pulls out to the other. And they are going to try to pull you. You can avoid this by standing on one side of him when the first 3 pools spawn, the other side than the first 3 pools. The second the first 3 pools begin retracting their balls, you can move to the other side of him to avoid the balls on the other side, basically. Also, I forgot about that other ability that he has now. That's like, if you get targeted by a large AoE circle, you know, every time he does the large meteors call down circles with numbers over your heads, just wriggle around a little bit to see if it moves with you, to notice if it's you that has it. And if it is you, please move out from the group, just like 2 is doing here. Moving those out from the group makes it a lot easier for everyone to survive, because they do deal a lot of damage if they're stacked on top of each other, and you get too much, like, AoE in there. So, nice to be aware of. Also, good job so far. It's always a better idea to turn into Soja after moving, unless she's like very, very low, because she'll take damage as we move. So there's less of a chance of us overhealing her on the first one if we wait with turning in until she has moved. It's a small thing, but it is a thing that can help you a little bit. Good job on the crowd control in general. People are doing very well at that. And there's essence to pick up. Of course, always prioritize picking up the essence. This is the most important thing we can do. And if you're targeted by a circle, please move out from the group. Thank you. Very well done, both of you. Again, some people dropped a lot of essence. Make sure to pick up their essence before healing the people. Because lost essence means lost healing potential for Soja. Whereas the amount of damage that we lose by just having people lie down a little bit longer won't be too bad. No, I'm not one of them. Very good job on spreading out those circles. Very, very good job. This is a good time also to heal Soja if you have any essence. She's at about half health, which is very danger. Oops. Remember to pick up essence before moving on. You should be able to get 15 stacks of essence basically every time there's an essence drop from the boss. Sorry for that little throat noise. Maybe my throat is getting a little scratchy after streaming for this long. No matter how much I brag about my, oh, I know how to use my diaphragm. I'm not one of the people. Good job, most of you, for splitting those out. If one misses, that's way less worse than if many people do. Also, try to turn into Soja if you can here. soldier is getting kinda low. If you have essence, please turn. Go. Again, that's one of the things that I'm very much trying to speak for, is the idea that when we're in pressured situations like challenge mode content, it's very important to give full instructions when you're trying to ask people to do something. Because if you just yell soldier, it's harder for people's brains to actually process that while they're also trying to do well in damage, in dealing with boss mechanics, etc. But if there's a clear instruction like soldier is low, please turn in essence, that's much easier to deal with. You know, psychologically speaking. And in the end, even if you are one of the people who think like, oh, but they should already know that, I get why you might feel that, but even if they should, would you not rather take the action that leads to the result you want, rather than the action that comes from the frustration of how you what you think people should be acting like? I know that in the end, I would much rather take the action that I know leads to a result that I want, instead of the action based on what I think people should already know how to do.
Cooling down. Sharp blade, sharp mind.
More essence. Bring it to me.
Again, it's a very good time to turn in here at the end, because even though we are very, very close to finishing, it always sucks to have soldier die, because it's easy to tunnel vision on, oh, we just have to go a couple % more on the boss, and then if soldier dies, it just feels very, very bad. Losing to the last 2% of a boss's health, I've done that a couple of times, most often with Umbriel, but yeah, it feels really bad.
Let's head back home.
Nice. Good job. 16 minute completion. Nice. I think I'd like to try Umbriel next, especially if some of you want to stay for it. It's the most difficult one, but I think we can do it.
You can never have too much treasure.
Hold on, I'll just make it a couple more throat sounds and I'll be back. Okay, there we go. Throat sounding accomplished. Have some tea and honey. That's actually not a bad idea. Let me show you something. Thank you for the follow, Glander. My parents make their own honey. This is not a honey jar, this is a different jar. But look at this goodness. Lots of honey directly from our own beehive thingies. Very, very grateful for that. Thank you for following, not joining, but following General Sod. Right? I have so much honey, and even better, we have the gear that is needed to make meat out of this honey. So we can make as much meat as we want, and it's very cheap. And it's very nice. It's just Okay. Okay. Yeah. 2 secs. And our oath. See you around. Thanks for the runs to those who have to go. Alright. Unlock the subgroups. I'm going to begin throwing everyone into group 1 at first. Just be aware that if you... Because some people might be AFK or might for other reasons not be moving. So be aware that if you move immediately here, there's a risk that you're going to be thrown back into group 1. As I just make sure that everyone is in there. Okay, you can go out into the groups now. I'll edit the squad message for it as well. Group 1. DPS. Group 2. A heal. Group 3. A DPS. Group 4. Oh, there we go. Q heal. Group 5, and I see that I made a mistake further up. Q DPS. Group 4. Okay, let me just follow up on this. Your dad also does this. Lost Sanity. I keep wanting... I'm sorry. I keep reading your name as Lost and Salty instead of Lost Sanity. I don't know why my brain is doing a little trick on me there. Since I'm abroad, I think that'll be more expensive than if you just bought the honey yourself. I'm sorry. I could make it my streamer thing, like some streamers sell their bath water and I could sell my parents' honey. And honey not being a euphemism for anything, just being literal honey.
Your average Tyrian doesn't know that. They can't tell a wanderer from a river.
If you say so. If nothing else, I think they must know something happened.
They do sell it. They don't sell it like, you know, a big production or anything. But in Denmark, we have a lot of like... We have a lot of people, we have like a beekeepers association, and a lot of people are doing it just a little bit in their free time, and they take the course on how to do it, and then they get a certification so that they can buy like the real honey, a very standardized type of honey glass with markers proving that they are from the association, so to speak. And a lot of people do that, and then they sell it by the wayside, basically. So there's a lot of beekeepers that sell their honey just not professionally or anything, but just like put it out to the wayside, and you can just go by, drop in whatever money, or mobile pay whatever money. Oh, you don't have mobile pay in other countries. What do you use instead? I don't know. What's that one cash app that everyone is making fun of? The social media network one? Yeah. It's a thing in Denmark in general. We have a lot of like wayside shops. Nobody is like looking at them or anything. They just put their stuff out because we have a very high trust in each other. So we and yeah, it means that there are a lot of bees that are like being trusted and cared for and all of that good stuff. So yeah. So CM Convergence, Umbriel, and let's see what we're looking for. We are looking for. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 heals. So we need 4 heal. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Alak. So we need 3 Alak. I'm not counting myself. Please always remember and note that. Oh, somebody just moved into the Alak category. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, they moved up to the heal category. 3 heal, 3, 2 Alak, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep. 2 Alak. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we need 3 quick. And I'd like to say, please have above 15k DPS. If you're pure DPS. this can get rough otherwise. Okay, 3, 2, 3, yes, perfect. And I'll put myself down where I belong, in the quick DPS group. So, like, I am now putting a DPS requirement on the group because Umbriel is just that much harder than the others. I am not going to be strict about it. I am going to be kind of lenient. But it's about, there are some people that join groups and they have like 5,000 DPS as a pure DPS. Don't most builds do 15k DPS by only smashing every button? Yeah, they do. They do. 15k is rather low. The benchmark for my boon DPS build right now is 33k, I believe. And of course, I never do 33. I don't know if I do. I'm assuming I don't have a DPS meter on me. I assume I'm not doing 33k DPS at any point ever. 15k is AFK auto skill. I mean, 30k is AFK auto skill if you're that one Dragon Hunter build where you have to just one button it, right? But it's about, there are some people who are still only doing, say, 5k DPS, and it's about making sure that those people, if they're worried about what the DPS is, they might not join. And I hate excluding people. But Umbriel just needs a certain damage thresholds because damage equals healing to Soja, and healing to Soja means winning or losing the fight. So there's just one of those can't actually. Yeah, when people are not using the correct gear, sometimes you have 6k DPS and they have full Celestial. That's exactly what I'm talking about. It's one of those things where, yeah, I really don't want to exclude anyone, so I'm putting it low on purpose. I don't think it's unreasonable for anyone to do 15k DPS. I think that's pretty easy if you're a pure DPS, of course. But I want to put that in there because I want to make sure that people, that's the little bit of pressure I'm willing to put on people, because otherwise I have a lot of experience now with Umbriel just being someone you lose to again and again and again. Let's see how many we have. Just do a little recount. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We just need one more heal. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, in fact, I think I need to remove the group for a little bit here. Oh, perfect. No, not perfect. Ah, damn. Okay. We need one of the A DPS, in fact, to switch here, because we have 2 quick heals and 3 A DPS, and we have 8 A heals. So what we need right now is 2 Q DPS. 2 Q DPS. There we go. Okay. Sorry, but I need one of the A DPS to switch to normal DPS, as we have a perfect amount of healers otherwise. Paul, are you A heal right now? Oh, and A DPS moved. Thanks to whomever did that. Now we're one too many Q DPS, but I love the enthusiasm. Anyone willing to switch off? Please say before doing, so we avoid having too many switch. Oh, okay. Perfect. Anyways. I'm locking the groups now. Locking the groups. I've locked the groups. Now. Please check your group for your role. In a second, I'll begin sorting people out to have the right amount of stuff in each group. Okay, but I'll first just put this up and say we want more DPS to fill. There we go. Okay, so let's just mix these first, then I don't have to deal with it. Doom ba doom ba doom boom boom ba doom ba doom boom boom ba doom ba doom boom boom ba doom ba doom bloop. Doom ba doom ba doom boom doom ba doom ba doom boom doom ba doom ba doom boom doo doo bloop. Okay, Solicel up there and Paul Lucianist down here. Awesome. Now I'll sort the DPS in. Everyone currently in group 1, your pure DPS. Even with Alex support skirts with Celestial gear, you were hitting 16 to 18k DPS. Makes a lot of sense to me. I mean, I know that you are a very accomplished player as well, Cursed, so you were probably also doing very well for your gear level, so to speak. Caps. It was my first time playing support Scourge Kick W! Yeah. Yep. That was definitely caps locked. You're right. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh, I should definitely get a little, If we're doing Umbriel, I want the Demon Slaying Station. I want one of these. I need to take it with me as well. Thank you. I definitely want the group to have as much advantage as possible. Okay. I'll open the Convergence in a bit. When I do, please don't start it. Let me talk a bit and then do a ready check. Then I'll start the Convergence itself. There we go. I know that people in here will have already heard this spiel a couple of times if you have joined for the last 2, but it's one of those things where we just want to make sure that everyone new has heard everything that is to say, so it's fresh in people's memory and all of that kind of stuff. And right, I also have to make sure to copy this and paste it in here. Okay, so the spiel. I am the most important thing in Convergences is essence management. Essences drop from all crypts and is our only way to heal Soja. If Soja dies, we lose. So, if you accidentally turn in essence when Soja has full health, you're wasting our limited healing. This matters doubly much on Umbriel, as she is really difficult. She is more difficult than the rest. The goal is to keep Soja above 80% health without ever over capping her to 100% health. If you're a healer or if you're a DPS, begin turning in essence. I heard the blink, but I'll check out chat in a second here. Begin turning in essence when Soja hits 80%. If you're a healer or boon DPS, consider doing it a little earlier, say 85% or so, since losing essence means losing DPS, and the healer and boon DPS is losing less than the pure DPS. If you get downed with essence, it'll spill everywhere and might disappear, losing our healing potential. So, if you want to make sure when someone goes down, collect their essence before resing them, as the extra seconds of their DPS is not worth losing healing of Soja over. Sounds cold, but is smart. Umbriel has an attack I see a lot of people go down to. Huge yellow circles that are numbered. Those should always be your first priority to get out of, even if there's essence laying around in them. Try to get that essence after. At lower health, she'll also get a big eye above her that you have to look away from. Again, the lost DPS from ensuring you look away long enough is worth the not risking getting hit. She will combine those two mechanics. When she does, get out of circles and then look away from circles, as she will TP and on like circle 3 or 4 hit with the eye thing. Alright. That's the most important stuff. If we fail this first one, I hope people want to stay for a second try, since being warm and having recent experience helps a lot. One last thing. All right. Please make sure to pick up any food buffs you can, and my demon slaying station enhancement, as I will put that down. I'm just putting that down now to make sure that people have time to click it. There we go. That one. Alright, last thing. Then we'll start when we get our 50th person. I am live over on twitch.tv/mookchivalry. If you want to have a gentle guiding voice in your ear as we do this, consider popping over and joining the fun. With all of that out of the way, we'll get going when Glamo gets in here. Or I guess it Uwagendorf, not Glamo. Vega gets in here. There we go. And people were talking while I was doing stuff. Yeah, Rixen, I agree that I should probably do a document copy-paste. I haven't done it yet. I also, now that I have all of this experience, I want to make a guide video for YouTube on Convergences. I have done so on both strikes and, what's that called? Meta events and how you do all kinds of things in the game. I want to do one on Convergences as well, as this is something that gains you a lot of gold as well. And Gosek, hi, nice to see you. Good lurking, good lurking. This is the last one you need for this week. You hope we make it. Crossed finger, lost sanity. Thank you for following Nyanamo. Nyanamo? One of those, probably.
1,000 storms.
Bling. Gonna dance for stream. Clash dance. Do 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 do. Okay, ready check. And of course, yeah, squad message. So, if you just tuned in, welcome. We remember to grab the demon slaying station. It is the most efficient one here, since the enhancement bonus gives you plus 10% damage to Cryptis and minus 10% damage taken from Cryptis. Very, very strong buff, very important. And then grab any food you might have access to. I unfortunately haven't trained up my cooking. I really should do, but I haven't yet. So I don't have any feasts to put down. You hear Hazel? There we go. Alright. So, this is actually going to be hard. Like the other ones, they're, you know, you have to be awake. You can't just AFK through them, but they are not hard. Umbriel is actually hard. So, we're going to try our best to get it. We are going to at least give it a couple of tries. It was Lost Sanity that asked us to do it, of course, and I wanna do that. Umbriel takes a lot of focus. Love it. Yeah, I agree. I also think I have become I just recently began really doing some of the more difficult, challenging stuff in this game, and I really enjoy it. I love that this game actually has so much challenge to offer. I also did Kaining Overlook challenge mode here a couple of weeks back. It took me 10 hours. Most of those hours were waiting in, you know, Group Finder to find new group members after people left after the first try, but, you know, it is what it is. Anyways, couple of tips here at the beginning. Your Warclaw, you can mount it in combat, which means it's a really good mount for when you don't have to fly between boss locations. It helps you to pick up all of the different kinds of essence very fast. It helps you to get to Soldier and back to the boss very fast. And just generally have your Warclaw ready. It also has CC. If there's a break bar and you have already used all of your own CC, the Warclaw's 4 ability will help you break break the boss faster. Also, we have to make sure to actually get these avatars of spite. And remember that it's like plus 50% damage. You get plus 2000 condition damage and power once you have 50 stacks of the essence. So picking up as much essence as possible is very important here early to get a fast clear time, and later because we want to have as much essence as possible on as many people as possible going into the boss itself, because that essence both boosts our damage, which makes the boss drop more essence faster, and it helps us to have more healing saved up for Soja. So it's both a safeguard against Soja dying, and it's extra damage, meaning more essence drops, meaning, you know, more healing getting done to Soja faster and us getting through the boss faster, where Soja takes less health damage, right? So it's a big, like, stacking on top of each other thing, if we can get a lot of essence starting before we get to the boss, basically. That is also why we expect group 9 and 10. Check your groups, make sure if you're in 9 and 10. 9 will be in the middle Group 9 will be in the middle for the entirety of the island phase that's coming up after these 3 small bosses here. And Group 10 will support them unless there are active Cryptus siege engines, because then they will focus on those first. What Group 9 will be doing is just traveling between these 3 points where the avatars of spite spawn, and kill them and grab their essence. And whenever Soja is just slightly damaged, heal her with their essence.
Be careful though. Demonic essence will drain your life.
So right now,
Plus, there is that whole
we want to make sure that if you are in group 1 to 10, you go to the arrow marker and kill the boss there. If you're in group 4 to 6, you want to go to the circle marker and kill the boss there. And if you're in group 7 to 10, you want to go to the heart marker and kill the boss there. These bosses are about the same quality as you're going to be facing when you're out on the islands. They all have abilities that you have to dodge, especially when you get to max essence, to avoid just getting downed. For the frog thing I'm fighting right now, for example, it has this stomp ability that I don't know if it's going to show off again here before we kill it, but it has a stomp ability. Yeah, here it is. 3 pulses. Just after the second pulse, you can begin your dodge roll, and you will have enough dodge roll that you are still, like, dodge into the boss, and you will have enough dodge roll to make it out to the other side. Now we're going out to the islands, which means if you are in group 1 or 2, you'll go to the northwestern island. If you are in group 3 or 4, you'll go to the southwestern island. If you're in 5 or 6, you'll go to the southeastern island. And if you are in 7 or 8, you'll go to the northeastern island. And of course, if you are in group 9, you'll stay in the middle. And if you're in group 10, you'll prioritize getting the Cryptus siege engines down. There are 2 active right now. And then when there are no active siege engines, you'll go help in the middle. You can see the siege engines, in case you don't know about them. On the map, they are this little red and black thing that you can see here. And you middle groups, you healing soldier is super important, because that means that we don't have to get people back from doing the bosses out on the islands, and they get to keep their 50 stacks of essence, meaning we kill the bosses faster, meaning we clear faster. And of course, be very aware of your boss's damage mechanics. They have a lot of them. The one we are fighting right now over here has a eye above the head thing. That it wasn't a real eye above the head there because we broke it, but it has a eye above the head, like Umbriel. If your boss ever gets a large glowing eye above the head, that's the look away button. Note that, because that's the one you'll also want to be aware of for when Umbriel begins getting it, the big boss at the end. Soja is taking a lot of damage. Soja is taking a lot of damage. Why is Soja taking this much damage? In fact, this is enough damage that we might have to come in from the sides and just heal her a little bit. Group 9 and 10. Please don't stand in the middle,
Let me raise you up.
but meet the spikes out at the edges.
I'm neither here nor there.
This is probably a bad sign for whether we're going to do this or not. If our middle groups aren't able to... There's a lot of people standing right in the smack dab middle. That's a bad thing. You shouldn't be doing that. You should always be wherever the next set of avatars of Spite are going to be spawning from. Always ready to take on the next wave, basically. I'm going to be collecting essence here because I was in the middle and tuning in. Please remember to tell people the action to take as well when you write stuff. Example. Soja is getting low. Please turn in essence. That means that it's one of those things where people, when you're in a stressed situation, your brain will have a harder time parsing a sentence that is just a single word for meaning. If you, however, hear a sentence that has a concrete action you can take in it, you are more likely to follow that sentence and understand instinctively what to do. And that's one of the very important things to remember. When you are in these kinds of things, if you want to help, if you want to make sure that people... If you see something wrong, basically, if you see something wrong and you want to help people correct that, if you begin yelling at them, you know, writing "Soja" in all caps or something like that, that doesn't actually tell them what to do. And I know that many of you will counter with saying, but they should already know what to do. But think about it this way. Would you rather have people do what you actually... or rat! Exactly. Would you rather have... Would you rather act anticipating that people... based on what people should know? Or would you rather act based on what we know to work at getting people to do the right thing? Would you rather go like, but they should know, so I'm not going to explain it? Or would you rather go, I know that even if they know, they will have an easier time following my command if I do it, you know, the nice and a little bit of over-explainy way. I, for one, would much rather do the second one of those.
Power emanating from that cryptus. It's gonna take all my focus to keep it vulnerable.
Heal
to
rat,
attacks.
it kind of works. I would argue that turn in essence to rat is much better. Or just if you have to shorten it, instead of talking about Soja, I would probably go with the sentence turn in essence. Because again, it's about the active action you're taking. The result of your action is that the rat gets healed, but the action you are actually taking is that you are walking over with your essence to Soja. So maybe you could even go essence to Soja instead of turn in essence. But yeah, do as much as possible. Again, it's always like you have to account for it being, but you want it to be as concrete as you can make it. Dodge roll when she has an area of effect on her if you can. I'm going back to talking about the boss that we're on now. But yeah, she sometimes has a big AoE around her. Make sure to dodge roll through that if you can. Viewers, ignore the streamer's dodge roll this. Viewers, ignore the streamer's suggestions. He's just enabling Soja's demon drug addiction. That's fair. Excellent. This is really good. We have Soja at about 90% health. That's where we want her. We want her to be above 80% so that we are not risking anything. But we also don't want to be turning in essence when she is close to full health, because we don't want to waste it on overhealing. And we want to keep our essence as long as possible because we want our essence to be used for dealing damage to the boss. Again, somebody went down. It's time to pick up their essence before you do anything else. I'm turning into Soja here because I reached 50 stacks of essence. And I want, of course, to be able to pick up more essence, because I want to be able to heal Soja again at a later point. So I'm making sure that because I was full... Oh, right, first minion phase. She summons a lot of these aspects. Each of the aspects will drop a little bit of essence. When we get to the last phase, Soja will likely be low. And that means that likely we will want to be turning in the essence just as we kill the aspects in the last phase of the fight. Right now, don't turn in, pick up the essence here, but don't turn it in until we reach the next island. Because if we turn in the essence here, we might overheal her, and she will take damage again before we reach the next island. So it's better to save your essence until the next island. As Glamo exclaimed with a little bit too much caps lock, I don't think we need that much caps lock, but do not overheal. That is the other dangerous thing, because overhealing brings us to the place where we risk not having the essence to heal Soja when we need to later. And it means that we don't have the essence on us, so we won't be dealing as much damage to Umbriel. But we're doing well so far. Don't get me wrong, we're doing well so far. I think this can be a run we can win, as long as we keep at it, we keep a level head. Get out of the circles. Top priority, getting out of those circles. A lot of people lost to the circles. That's why they're so important to top prioritize. Make sure to pick up people's essence before healing them, because the most important thing is to lose as little healing from this as possible. Those are the bad circles. The ones that take top priority to get out of. There we go. I mean, you know, again, I can't assume that everyone in the squad went in here and is... Oh, I have 50 essence, so I want to turn... Ah, damn, getting out of the circles, getting out of the circles, getting out of the circles, getting out of the circles! Okay, I made it out. So now I'm going back in for my essence after knowing that the boss is no longer circling, so to speak. We have a lot of people who are not getting out of those circles, and that is one of the things that are important to do if we want to make it here. We can of course make it with some people messing up the mechanic, but that is one of the mechanics that you should be on the lookout for, and you should... That's out of circles. We need to get out of the circles again here. Oh, she switched phase, which means we get to do the things now. She will be aware that she will do these aspects of torment as well when she reaches 1% HP. So be careful not to get overconfident as we get her low and go, okay, we don't need to heal Soja now because we are going to be doing the aspect thing. And, you know, if they're at 1%, just blast through it. Always make sure to prioritize healing Soja in every situation you can. I also left behind a single essence there because that essence was inside of Soja, and I risked overhealing Soja if I picked that essence up. So I decided that it was more important for me to keep my 28 essence on me for this next stage of the boss fight, and in case Soja needs healing as we get over there. Dodge roll, but yeah, people are generally doing a very good job so far. The only mechanic I'm a little worried about are the big circles that I talked about always being worried about, basically. But I'm going to be turning into Soja now because I am a little worried about my squishiness here. Again, Harbinger is a very squishy build, and out of circles, top priority, out of circles. Good job. We only had 6 people get down there. We need to turn away from turn away from Umbriel. Don't look at her while she has the eye up. Good job on that as well.
Torment is my ally.
There's an essence drop. Make sure to pick up all the essence in the essence drop. Dodge roll when she does that, but essence is our next highest priority. And I'm saying next highest because the highest priority, of course, is getting out of the huge circles on the ground. These circles we need out. We need to not be in those circles right now. I'm standing somewhere really badly. Okay. I'm just turning in my essence here. Again, I'm worried for how squishy I am, so I am going to be turning in essence often here. Turn away from Umbriel. Now you can look at her again. Of course, that's probably a mechanic that's a little bit... I have a little bit too much delay on the stream. I've tried to ask it to have as little delay as possible, but it is probably still too much delay for it to actually, you know, be super valuable in real time. Out of the circle, that's top priority. You can see I have a lot of essence still in the circles, but I'm waiting for her to finish with her circle dance there before I go in and grab the essence. I had enough time to wait and then go in and then grab the essence. We also have a low Soja, which is very worrying. Pick up the essence that someone put down and then rest the person. We have an aspect phase here. If you have any essence, like I do right now, please go to Soja and turn it in. We need to make sure that Soja doesn't die here. And make sure to pick up all the essence that you can from as these aspects die. And then we have to CC boss. And then it will drop more essence. Again, wait until we get to mid with healing Soja, just in case we risk overhealing her. She will be fine until we reach mid. In fact, right now she's above 80%, so you don't even have to worry about it when we reach mid. That's the big eye you can see there, but we were far enough away, and now we get it out of circles, out of circles, out of circles. And then turn away from circles because she will eye while she's in the circles. Now we can get back to her. That's that mixing of the two mechanics. What Guild Wars 2 does very well is that it layers its mechanics, and it teaches us by having them go one at a time and then layers them. I very, very much love that about the game, but that means that we have the very difficult job right now of having both the circles we need to get out of And then when we know we are clear of the circles, we have to turn away from them. Because Umbriel will somewhere inside of the circles be out of the circles, and look away from the circles at the same time. And now we can turn around again, and we can pick up our essence. Somebody just lost a lot of essence, make sure to pick up that essence if you can. Remember that Warclaw is good to walk around with. I'm going to turn in my essence to Soja as well. We are doing very well so far. We are not home free yet. It still requires focus. It still requires that we actually, you know, keep our focus on the boss as much as possible here. But I am very happy about our progress so far. Out of the circles. Remember to look away from the circles here as well. Now we can look back and we can get back in. When next Umbriel drops more essence, Soja will be low, so get the essence, get it back to Soja as fast as possible, if you can at all. So yeah, we're getting essence back to Soja with essence as much as possible. Remember that we're not home free here. There will be a minion phase when the boss reaches 1%. Out of circles. There will be a minion phase. Look away from circles. There will be a minion phase when the boss reaches 1% HP. And while we are doing that minion phase, when the minions begin to die, they will drop essence. We will want to be turning that essence into Soja. We would rather take a little bit longer here and make sure that we don't accidentally have Soja die at 1%. That sucks when that happens. But take a little bit longer. Make sure to pick up people's essence as they die. Good. And there's minion phase. Pump on the minions. Hey Shiny Mane, it's going very well. I think we have a good chance of beating Umbriel here, as long as nothing messes up here at last minute, which it definitely can. So make sure to pick up, as we kill these aspects, make sure to pick up the essence and get it turned into Soja, because we would rather spend a little longer on this phase and be sure to not die here. Good job! We only got it silver, but we won it, and that's a win in and of itself. Good job. Woo! Yeah, we were 1 minute 14 seconds away from gold, but this is one of those that people fail regularly, so getting through it is a victory. Good job all. Proud of you. Nice, very nice.
Nice gear.
Whew. Silver on Umbriel is a win for sure. Umbriel is hard. Yeah, I agree very much. And I've also... Some of it is probably also because I kept telling people to be careful, which they were, and which is a good thing, which might have been enough care. Oh, right. I think, thinking back on the encounter, I think what probably cost us that 1 minute 14 seconds is that Group 9 and 10 weren't able to keep Soja healthy in the early stages, which meant we were multiple people from the island squads that had to go back and turn in our essence to keep Soja's health up in like the island phases. That costs a lot of time and a lot of essence. So I think that might have been the 1 minute 14 seconds there. Hey Boring, very nice to see you. I saw you hung out in Fandrel's stream last night as well. I lurked over there for a while too. No, unfortunately not. We just got silver. 1 minute 14 seconds away. Whew. Yeah, thanks to everyone who joined for that. Right now, I'm going to be doing some crafting. Oh, that's the Google search for that. I'm going to be doing some crafting. I'm going to be chilling a little bit and seeing how much of my legendary armor sets I can get up and done. I think I have the materials for most of this. I think I can get that done rather quickly, especially bloop, as when you look in here, what I basically want is I don't have my shoulder, I don't have my hands, and I don't have my feeties yet. So I'm lacking 3 pieces of legendary main armor. That's what we get. That's the primary way. The most important thing to get out of the essence that we get from Convergences, in my opinion, is the ability to get some legendary armor. So that's what I'm crafting right now. I just got to a point where I had just grabbed some gifts of bones, gifts of... Yeah, you can see it here. I bought these shoulders previously. I think I still have them in my inventory, in fact. On Monday, we had a lot more people going down to the mechanic at the 25% phase. Today was so much better. Not having 25 people die makes a difference. Yes, Swiss. Very, very much so. It's one of those things where... yeah, I've also begun explaining that mechanic at the start of the match very well and making sure to like go, remember to get out of them. They are top priority, right? And very nice per Lily. Nice, getting that first piece is a very big step. But yeah, so I have a nearest spun light shoulders. I need to get more research notes to get more stuff. The easiest way for you probably to get like... to get research notes is to, if you have some ascended stuff lying about, some ascended weapons that you get from doing fractal runs or from, well, fractal runs is the most easy one, but if you do strike missions or stuff, you get them as well. And you can, thank you for the follow, Agent TM, and you can, doobie-doobie-doo, just opening this up again so that we can see it together. You can change stats on them, because the dropped ones... Hold on, let's just talk about the stat thing. So we need the ascended weapon, we need an exotic inscription for stats, 5 globs of ectoplasm, and an anthology of heroes. So, yeah, see you later, Lost Sanity, and have a good dinner. So if we go back in here and we see, I want these. I have some rapid inscriptions. You can buy these at the trading post for like a silver, which means you don't even need to have high crafting to do this. Thank you, Andor and Swiss, for pointing this out to me and helping me with getting through this. Because these, you can see they only say salvage ascended right now. So if I go and click the research kit here, I cannot salvage them for research. You can only do that with crafted ascended, but if you stat change them, they begin counting as crafted. So that's what we're going to do. I'm going to be grabbing from in here some of my globs of ectoplasm I have lying around. And I'm going to buy some anthologies of heroes here. Let's see, I want like 4 more or something like that. There we go. So into the Mystic Forge it goes. My Living Water Axe, my inscription, and these two. They get crafted together. They get a Gristle Mouth's Reaver. And you can see when you look at the salvage down at the bottom, just above the 1 gold, that it says salvage ascended, comma, research, which means I can now research this. Agent TM says, thanks for hosting that, TM man. I am still new to Guild Wars, went into the squad on a whim, never done something like that before. You explained everything so well. You made the fight feel very easy. Thank you, Agent. I'm so happy you enjoyed it. I do a lot of challenge mode runs on my stream, and I generally try to make it so that as many people as possible are able to get in, because I think people are overestimating how difficult stuff is, because there's a lot of people that want to get things done immediately, like without any delay, and that means that it feels very elitist, and it seems like it's more difficult than it is if you're new. Thank you for the follow, Roxon93. Big thanks from me as well. Really enjoyed these 3 runs and learned a lot of details about the fights. Will join you again if I see you in the Looking For group. You will likely see me in the Looking For group. For Convergences specifically, I like to do a full run of all 8 of them. The 5 ones here in Secrets of the Obscure and the 3 Gianthea Wild ones. I like to do that every Monday. I start my streams at 3 PM my local time, which is GMT +1. We are right now in my local time at 5:50, so you know, 2.5 hours ago, whatever that is in your local time, that's when I usually start my streams. Also, I just realized that we've probably spent a lot of time here and I need to run some quick ads to make sure that people don't get ads when they join. Where's my thing for that? Here we go. Yeah, that pre-rolls on. I am sorry about this. We'll be back and talking more about the Ascend stuff. I'm going to stat change the other weapons while we run ads, and then we're going to ascend them together afterwards, or, you know, salvage them together so you can see the process. Here's a 3-minute ad break. And yeah, stretch. Good time for a little good, nice stretch. Ooh, and all that. It's a very good time for that. Oh, some people are not getting ads. Congratulations on that. Unless you're using an ad blocker, then, you know. Boo! You're taking away 2 seconds, 2 microcents of my income here. Oh, you have lifetime turbo. Then just thank you for that, because that means you are actually giving me money, right? I can look into my analytics, and I can go into earnings, and I can see a very, 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 very thin yellow bar on top of my earnings these last couple of days that are specifically earnings from turbo. In fact, I can see that I have... Where is it? Oh, I accidentally clicked over. 3, 4... I have, over the last 4 days, I've earned 4 cents from people not watching ads because they had Twitch Turbo. So thank you for the 4 cents. Yeah, it's very nice. It's one of the things you pay for when you get Turbo, is that you pay for Twitch still paying the streamer as if you were watching ads. So that's very nice. Also very nice of Twitch. Good model for that, so to speak. And this one. You got lifetime turbo gifted by Twitch, so you definitely didn't pay for it, but you're glad that it still makes streamers money. That makes sense. What did you do to get lifetime turbo gifted? Was it like a big giveaway or something? Rage's Fist.
You can never
It was a
have too
Twitter
much
giveaway
treasure.
like 10 years ago. Wow. That's awesome. So you've had no commercials on Twitch for the last 10 years. That's awesome. That is really, really awesome. Definitely a worthwhile thing to do, I think. I needed 2 more Anthology of Heroes to get all of these done over. Boop, boop, boom, boop, 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 boom. Here. And this one is probably the last one I have. Let's go back and check on the ad break. See 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Ad break ended. Your community is back. I'm assuming that means that people are actually back, and that it's not like, yeah, we're not showing any new ads, but some people are still stuck in like 1.5 hour long unskippable something ads, because, you know, that would be just like Twitch. But yeah, welcome back from the ad break, and thank you for sticking around through that. I prioritize running those ads because that avoids pre-rolls, which means that new people joining the stream won't get ads as they join. And I can think of nothing more annoying than getting ads as you join a new stream. So, let's see how attractive it is to get these ascended weapons salvaged with research kits into notes. So each of these give a bunch. I might have to actually just look up how many I have. So 298. That, I think that means that they give 250 basically. 298 plus blop gets to 543. Yes, 250 each. So that's a very nice way of doing it. My previous way of doing it has been to just buy the cheapest potion of whatever slaying. Potent potion of whatever slaying. That lies around on the auction house. Because that's just... It's not the cheapest way to do it, but it's a decent way to do it. And yeah, this is... You're going to get a lot of random ascended weapons that you're not going to use when you do a lot of fractals and stuff. So this is definitely the way I'm going to like to do it in the future. I have 1793 now, which is nice. And let's get rebanked with my... Loop. These. If Mook puts up with me for another month, then I'll probably sub for a month or two. Ooh. I mean, you didn't have to tempt me. You've been an absolute gentleman. An absolute gentle person so far, and has been a pleasure doing all of the content that we've been doing together so far. So, you know, don't have to worry about it from my side. And again, if you reconsider when the month is gone, of course, nobody ever has to sub. It's totally voluntary. It's something that you should do when you feel like you have the... it's called overskud in Danish. Wait, what did I buy here? Oh, it's because I didn't buy the third one. Yes.
That's
gloves.
how
There
it's
we go.
done.
So now I just need the Astral Ward versions. Which... Was it the Astral Ward versions I needed? Yes, Astral Ward. So... Astral Ward. The gloves need venom. The shoulders need dust. And the boots need claws. Claw... Venom, dust. Let's get over and get that done. Sure, they only give like 2... normally I craft like earrings, and the materials are pretty cheap, and I have max level in dueling. Sure, they only give 2 research notes each, but yeah, definitely. It's... I think the cheapest way to do it is to craft something for yourself. More people are writing things. Overshoot, like if you have excess money or money to spare, would be the way to say it in English. Yeah, exactly. The word translation would be overshoot. Yeah, but you would be saying in overshoot because it's if you have it in plenty, if you have it in, it's true. It's a weird word. My bet is that it doesn't come from the word shoot, it comes from the word sprout. So when a plant sprouts, når en plante skyder. So, you know, it shoots out of the ground, it sprouts. We have that word meaning that. So when you have an abundance of like growth, when you have an abundance of, I bet it's kind of like that where it comes from. I think gift of... I think it was dust and
this.
claws and venom. I think it was those 3. Thank you, haha. I don't have the financial ability to spend too much. I'm unemployed, volunteering, full-time student. Right, I get that exactly. That's been me for many years. Doing all of that stuff is just, you know, it's one of those things where when you're a person that likes to volunteer and do stuff like that, you can't stop doing that, right? It's a part of your life. It's a part of what you are going to do forever, and that just takes up so much time as well. So yeah, I definitely get it. That is also, if anyone watching hasn't spent their Bezos bucks elsewhere, you can also choose to spend it here. Like, what's that called? It's called Prime subscriptions. A lot of people have those. to give around. Of course, again, no one should feel forced to donate anything ever. Like, I think every single one of us streamers want your money, but that doesn't mean that you should prioritize us just because we want it, right? Of course, you should only prioritize what you can afford, and you should only prioritize, and there are multiple streamers that want your money, right? Which means there are, oh, thank you, Agent TM. Much appreciated. I, as one of those many streamers who want your money, of course, also very, very much appreciate getting subscriptions. Also, especially right now, because I want to unlock more emote slots, right? I haven't even created the first emote yet. I have an artist on that right now. I want portals to the different things, like different color portals for like strikes, convergences, and stuff like that, so that you can like spam portals for being like, ooh, going strikes, going convergences, going wherever. And I want a commander icon that's like maybe wearing a little like shifty cloak, or having a little for the scamander. I think that's going to be fine. I don't stream and I also want your money. I mean, fair, right? So we're doing shoulders and gloves. Oh, I need more research. This is research node heavy, man. You volunteer because you'd rather find proper employment, but it's hectic out there and the volunteer people were the only ones. Makes sense. Yeah, that sucks too. When I talk about volunteering, I mean like at associations, doing stuff like making role-playing campaigns for kids, doing, you know, I guess it's called a treasurer in English in multiple different associations. We call it kasserer in Danish, which means, you know, cashier, rather than treasurer. So it doesn't sound quite as fancy when you're speaking Danish, but, you know, the person who handles the financials for different organizations. Because it's something I'm good at, and it's something that I think, you know, creates a lot of value for people. Gives also, yeah, volunteering gives contacts and experience, and is definitely good for that as well.
You can never have too much treasure.
Okay, so this is armor, so instead of like inscriptions, I need, I don't remember what they're called, orichalcum. Hold on, probably says it over on this website. Insignias. So if I write rabbit orichalcum imbued insignia. Okay, rabbit insignia. Is it that? It probably is. Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, these are a little bit more expensive, but that's fine. How many do I need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll just get 5 here. I don't feel like shopping around while I'm on stream. So it's just like, yeah, congratulations, you got me. Here's the gold.
You'll find everything you need here.
Let's see. So I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I have had 1 weapon, so that's 6. So I need 6 of these. That's also, this makes that this is rather expensive, because buying 6 of these. I wonder if this is more expensive than buying directly from it. I mean, 250 are a lot, but every spirit shard is basically 80 silver in value when you do the spirit shard conversion stuff. So I don't actually know what's the more. Oh right, I put my globs back in. Where are the globs? Give me globs. Globs. There we go. That's a fun word to say. Glob.
That looks valuable.
You have a question? Yeah, go ahead, Per Lily. You tried yesterday to combine scales into a gift of scales. Oh, not the condensed gift, just a gift. Because the gift, that's because you have to craft those, unfortunately. Here, let me show you. I'll just do these last two, and then we'll I'll go over and show you. Okay, so for gifts, those are actually not the condensed gifts, but just the gifts. Those are actually mystic recipes. You can see down here, Artificer, Huntsman, and Weaponsmith can make all of the gifts. That's basically the crafting professions that craft weapons, right? They can make all of the gifts, and you make those. You only need to get them to 400, which means it's not as expensive as if you had to get them to 500. You can do something else, but you know, it gets a little bit more expensive, which is if you go over to Lear, or I think there are other legendary crafting vendors around, but if you go over to Lear, you can buy the gifts here as well, where you have to pay the same amount of stuff, except you also have to give him 10 globs of ectoplasm. So, if you want to... Here, let me just... Let me see if I can get that up on screen. So here's a website that's called gw2crafts.net. If you want to say a normal guide and you can just go, I want it to be artificing, and you close down the ads and you get in here, and you can see that it's going to cost you specifically 17 gold, you know, recovered from it. So 22 gold to get to 400 in artificing. If we go to weapon crafting, that costs you 29, and the third one must be Huntsman, which will cost you 26. And what you do is you scroll down, and you find the things, and you grab all of the things that you don't already have. You can look in your bank and go like, okay, I already have all 216 of these. I already have all 63 of these, and then you can go, oh, but I still need to buy 96 of these from the trading post. And when you have all of it, you just scroll further down, further down, further down, further down, and you go, okay, so the first thing I do is to make 87 of this, then 32 of this, then 6 of these, then blah, 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 blah. Just follow it along. It's very tedious to do it this way. I feel like the entire, like, have a guide for it feels like, yeah. But it is the best way to do it, and it's kind of cheap if you do it like this. Yeah. So that's my suggestion. Because Guild Wars 2 efficiency, I don't think does the crafting breakdown like that, does it? I think you can get all of the ingredients you need for something if you set it up, but I don't think it does it the same way that Guild Wars 2 crafts does. I do use Guild Wars 2 efficiency, but for everything else though. It does? Ah, that's really cool. You're not dumb, Per Lily. It is kind of hidden. Like, you would assume that if a vendor gives you this option, then it's the way to do it, so to speak. But there is another way, and it's to level crafting. But it is a little silly that they don't warn you, they don't tell you anywhere. It's just something you have to know from before this armor even came out. So it's not that you're dumb, it's that the video game throws this together in kind of a silly way. Also this. Can I just talk about this for a second, by the way? Because this you can combine in the Mystic Forge, where you just need these 4 things. Why am I able to buy it at Lear? Why is Lear going to sell me this for these 4 plus 10 Ectos when I can just throw those 4 in the Mystic Forge? That's like so frustrating, because that's definitely going to get some new players to waste their ectoplasms on buying these, where these 2 can actually just be combined in the forge. Yeah, Lear is a capitalist. Definitely is. Definitely is.
Thank you.
Okay, we were researching stuff. Bloop, bloop. bloop, bloop, bloop. Oh. Bloop, 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 bloop. Alright. That was so that we could get this. Heavy gloves. Heavy boots. There we go. And that completes our footprints and other stuff like that. Which means that we can now get the other things we have to get from Lear. Where are they? Where are they? There. So we are going to want some footprints. Wait. Footprints and stride. Stride is for legs. That makes sense. We need footprints, we need bearing, and we need grasp. Cool, 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 cool.
Goodbye.
If you'll be making a guide for crafting, it would probably be worth mentioning this. For other Perlikas out there, losing Ectos to Capitalist Lear. Yeah, it's one of those things where I haven't really made guides for crafting, because I think there are already pretty good guides for crafting out there. It's the same thing for... I've made guides on both, like, strikes and fractals and stuff like that. But my guides aren't about the concrete instance, because I believe that Muglock and Valen has already made for multiple types of people. Muglocks get to the point guides are basically exactly the thing I would do if I made a guide like that. I want it to be short and concise. I don't want a lot of additional information. I just want to see each mechanic highlighted and be shown it in the rotation, so to speak. And so there's no reason for me to make that guide, because Muglock already did the perfect guide. I don't know if I would say that that's exactly what's going on with crafting, but honestly, much of my crafting experience, I remember it as coming from guides originally. You're so glad to have played the game before Secrets of the Obscure, because you already had all the crafting leveled except for Scribe, because why would I need that? I have leveled quite high up into Scribe, not because I thought I was going to need it, but just because I like the idea of being able to craft furniture, man. Okay, so we are now able to do the stride stuff and the other stuff. So we now have these 3 precursor pieces that we need, which is excellent. Wiki guildwars2.com and Guild Wars 2 efficiency. When you craft, then you know you did it right. Yeah, I agree. This is how I look at my legendary crafting. I just go into the wiki. I now know I have this. It's time to work on the gifts of expertise next. So for those I need a 12 amalgamated rift essence. I want 3 gifts because I want to craft 3 pieces. So that's 12, 24, 36. I might not have enough right now, but we're going to see how much of it we can get. So let me just put this away, and we are going to go over here. Amalgamated rift essence. So I have 15 right now, and I wanted 36 total. So I need another 15 plus 6 is 21. Which I can do. Excellent. So we're just going to get that crafted here. What was the next step again? The next step was, now that I have those, I need Eldritch Scrolls. I need 3 Eldritch Scrolls. Because we are currently crafting 3 pieces of legendary armor at the same time. Like a crazy person. What? Eldritch Scrolls is from you. I need 1. I need 2. And I need 3. That's why you like efficiency, because it tells you exactly how many you need to craft by based on what you already have. Yeah, makes a lot of sense. But, like, that was very minor math. It's not really, you know... I personally don't find that minor math very difficult. So, let's get the rest of the stuff out of here. We have this, we have those. Next piece. Oh. Next piece. It's not showing it. There we go. Alright, next piece is the 50 obsidian shards. Have more than enough of those. And cubes of stabilized dark energy. Let's see if I have enough stuff to actually do those. Cubes of stabilized dark energy. Cube. Let's see if I have any. I don't have any right now. And you did those by doing stabilizing matrices and balls of dark matter as a level 500 crafter. I am not a level 500 crafter on this character because dueling isn't levelable to 500, I don't think. So we're just going to move over to our crafter character again. One of them. Do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Also, while I have you, let me just get your opinion on some stuff here. Because I am considering doing like stuff where if you want me to do something specific, you're able to do it. You're able to influence the stream, so to speak, by either using your channel points that you just get from being here a while, or by subscribing or sending bits. I figured this is a nice way to ensure that I'm doing what you like to do. I'm putting up restrictions that make sure that I'm enjoying it as well. And I think it's also a way to encourage people to spend money, which, you know, it's one of those things, right? If you want to earn money, you have to encourage people to spend money. So let me know if you have any thoughts about anything where you're like, this would be nice to be able to just simply say, I would like the streamer to do this, or I'd like the streamer to do that, and I would like to be able to pay that with either my points or doing a subscription or stuff like that. Because I think that's a nice way to be engaged with the community. I also... I haven't... These will never be set in stone, right? This is an estimate for me from now. But it's also one of those things where if it interferes with the stream's smoothness or anything like that, we can always like tweak how much something costs or how little it costs. If people are like, wow, having to wait for 10,000 points to be able to request a specific challenge mode fractal is way too long. While we're a small community, we would like to be able to do that more often. That works fine. And then when we get more people in the community, we can always, you know, bump the point cost or something like that to make sure that people don't always have it. So if you have any thoughts on this, I'd like to hear them. For now, I'll go back to crafting the legendary armor here. Oh right, you're not dueling, you're artificing. And we were going to look for cube of stabilized dark energy. I can do 3. How many do I need? I need exactly 3. Woo! At this point, what we're going to be waiting for is basically doing these illuminating things a couple of times. Which is, I mean, it's chill. It's not the most fun activity, but it is chill. Let's check before we go over if the next thing is also something I have to craft. No, I have everything. I should be able to just gather up my expertise here. So, that's what we're going to be doing next. Logging in, logging out, logging in again. Doing a lot of logging in and logging out. That's just what you have to do, right? At least it's one of the ways to do it. I could also just stay in that other character, but I mean, this is the character I'm crafting my legendary on, of course. So What am I supposed to do? Right, I have to pick it out of the bank here. We needed some obsidian shards. I don't remember how many. Some amount. We need the cubes. We need the essence thingy. Essence thingy. There. That's 1, 2, 3. Fourth were the Eldritch Scrolls, which are already in my inventory. So that should mean that I have that part down. You. Forge 1. Hold on. Is it something about where you only have? No, it's the mighty. It's the mighty prosperity and mighty and magical prosperity that's special. I need expertise for all of them. Good. 2, 3. Boom, 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 boom. So we have a lot of space up here now. So let's just put some of the legendary crafting stuff that we need up here so that we have an easier time of looking at it. You can go down here. I'm going to need these. That means you two can go down here as well. And I have 2 gifts of research here. I only have 2. I'm going to need a 3rd here in a second, but we'll get to that when we get to it. Yep. Then we are putting our... Where did we get them? Here. We'll put this in here as well. Just get so much obsidian shards. So many obsidian shards. So we're looking at our next option. Now we have both of these. Now we're going to take the Gift of Stormy Skies last, because those are the ones that requires us to get the 3 persistence gifts, or whatever we're going to call them, the 3 like exploration gifts. So we're going to wait with those. We are going to be doing 1 shoulder and hand and foot, which means we're going to need 2 mighty prosperity and 1 magical prosperity. I know I already have the Mystic Clovers. Actually, let's start from the bottom. I have 3 gifts of craftsmanship. That's no problem. I only have 2 gifts of research right now. So let's get that 3rd research going. Which requires 250 log, a bunch of hydrocatalytic reagents, and thermocatalytic reagents. And the hydrocatalytic reagents we just get from any vendor here for 50 research notes each. So since we have 10 left over right now, wherever that ended up being put, I can't find it, whatever. We want 500 of these, so we need 490 of these, so we need 49. Which we can't get with the amount of research notes we have right now. So we're going to be needing more research notes. More. Hello, ascended chests that I got from the Wizard's Vault. You will be my new progression today. Thank you. Let's... I don't know or care which kind this. Yeah, right, I don't think I actually have anything here that's I think I've unlocked most of the armor like variations here. I think there are some of the like weapon color variations that I haven't unlocked, but I think I've unlocked basically all the armor variations. So, nothing big there to keep track of. Oh, I guess I didn't have those. But I have all of them now. Whoopsie. There you go. Sometimes you just randomly choose some tacits and you get an achievement. Ooh, these are all ones that you have to use for the karmic converter one, isn't it? These are the ones that where multiple of them are like 100 gold on the auction house. We are going to save that for another time. I'm going to be looking up what the most expensive thing I can get with that is. That I still lack because I want the karmic converter at some point. So...
You can never have too much treasure.
For now, though, we have 6 pieces of armor that we need to get converted. So we're going to need 6 of these. I always suggest you do buy orders instead of just buying, but that doesn't work out if you just want to keep some stuff going on stream, so sometimes sacrifices must be made. A noble sacrifice, when duty calls, you pay the price. For the Federation, I will give my life. What's the 4th thing I'm supposed to have here? I've completely forgotten. It's Anthologies of Heroes. Cool. So I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of those. And when you have like 1,000 gold, it's whatever. Yeah, but you get 1,000 gold by, you know, never going whatever. Also, 1,000 gold is like... I use my gold to buy stuff on the Black Lion Trading Company when I want it. If I wanted this Battlelord's Cape and Hood combo, I would go like, ooh, it looks really cool, right? So I want this, so... It does look really cool, honestly. So anyways, if I were considering this, I would go like, okay, 480 gems. 480 gems, how much gold is that? Let me just get over into the exchange, please. Because then I can say custom exchange, and I can say I want 480 gems, right? 480 gems. So that's 195 gold. So that's just what it costs. Why is it a waste though, Shiny? Like that's just the end game. Also, you can use it to buy things that will make you more gold. Stuff like when the next day are coming on sale, you could consider grabbing the... Wait, I can't find them in here when they're not on the top and in sale. But like, grabbing the Runecrafter's Salvage-O-Matic for 400 gems. That's like 200 gold. And you will have this one thing, the Runecrafter's Salvage-O-Matic specifically, doesn't have an equivalent that you can buy without going through the gem store, because it does the salvage of the runes inside of the green gem. You paid real money for... Of course, you can always do that, right? Nothing will ever be as efficient time-wise as having a real job and just buying stuff. That will always be the most efficient way to get your stuff done. That will just always be the most efficient way to get your stuff done.
You can never have too much treasure.
Hold on. If you what was I going to say? If you go that route, you could also go further and say, why would I ever farm for gold in the game? You could always just buy gold for gems, and that's more efficient real time wise. I like to go the other way and say, I'm earning gold from doing stuff I enjoy doing, and I want to use that gold on, you know, paying for more stuff in the game. So it's honestly, it's fair that you feel differently, right? It's one of those things where we can... It's different ways to play the game, and both ways are correct, as long as those of us who use them, you know, find them fun, find them interesting, find that they add to our experience of the game and don't like detract from it. But I definitely think of gold. I think of the gem store as a gold store, basically. Also because I don't think like 1,000 gold isn't all that much. It's one of those things where it's just, you know, I come up here and then I use them on something, and then I get up there again and then I use them on something else, and then, you know, it just happens like that. If you don't feel that way, I wonder, have you alright, I'm supposed to go grab more of these hydrocatalytic, that's where I was. Have you gotten your commander tag yet? How many do I have right now of these? Didn't I buy? Whatever. 49, please. You don't want it at all? I find that it's very nice to have a commander tag because it allows me to just, you know, put up groups. Nobody questions the commander. I can just... I don't have to have any kill proof. I could put up a group where I was like, okay, everybody needs to have 7,000 legendary insights and 40,000 unidentified fractals, stuffy stuff. You have a partner for that? I mean, that works too. That works too. That works too. I strongly encourage division of labor, where whoever enjoys stuff the most, the best relationships are built on whoever enjoys the stuff the most should be doing that stuff, or dislikes it the least, as the case sometimes will be. I can't find it. I'm totally overlooking the hydrocat. Right, I can just search hydro. Excellent. And thermo. Excellent. And hydrocatalytic. What? Why aren't you stacking? Okay, you're stacking now. Hydrocatalytic, thermocatalytic, and the last thing we needed were essences of luck, which I have stacked up a bunch of. Yeah, they can be the commander and I will just follow. I'm the less experienced player anyways. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. As long as you enjoy that role,
You can never
right?
have
Go
too
for
much
it.
treasure.
But yeah, I finally saved up to 1,000 gold the other day. I've never had this much before because there's always something that I need to use it on. So you would normally be under 200. It makes sense. I'm also always looking for something to use the gold on, because whenever I have 800 gold sitting around, I mean, it's not doing anything for me. Can I make it grow in some way? Usually it will be by going in and beginning to do some spirit shard conversions to make more gold. Those are the nicest when you have at least like 500, 600 gold to invest into it. And my spirit shard count just keeps rising. I can't keep this spirit shard count down. I just don't make enough legendaries for that. So I generally like converting my spirit shards into money. Gold, that is. Gold money. Okay, let's see. What's the next thing we have to do here? We have this now, and we have the Gifts of Research. We have all three of those. I have all of the Mystic Clovers that I'll ever need in the world, because I grab them every time the Wizard's Vault refreshes. I grab all of the Mystic Clovers, so I have a ton of those. So I need 2 Condensed Might for Gifts of Mighty Prosperity, and I need 1 Gift of Condensed Magic for Magical Prosperity. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so I basically just need 1 set of all of the gifts, and then another set of the Fangscale Claw Bone. Okay. Let's see how much of that I can There we go. Let's see how much of that I can do right now. I'm just trying to figure out what I want to make next. I started making a Gen 2 legendary, but they're a pain, so I stopped. I get that. The only legendary weapons I've ever crafted are the 3 I'm using on my Necromancer, which are all Gen 3. I want to do Custo, though, at some point. The Gen 1 bow. Because that bow, as part of the collection to get that bow, you have to plant a garden in the hidden garden place in, I think it's Mount Maelstrom. And that garden, once you've planted that, and once you've planted the, you also need to do that for the Druid's Henge questline thing. Yeah, you know, you want to do that at some point too. I get that. It's just awesome. It's one of the best places to park your characters, so I want that. Gift. Okay, so I need 1 of each, which means I'm going to need a bunch more elaborate totems. Right now I have 31, and I'm going to, so that means I'm going to want 69 extra. Nice. And I'm going to put this one up. And I have enough of the rest. Claws. I have 18. So I'm going to be wanting 82. Send it. I am not going to need the energy. The energy is a different one. I need 1 venom, which I have 38, so I'm going to need 62. Very nice. And then, of course, I need an extra set of the physical ones. So I have access to 2 fangs. I have access to only 1 bones, so I'm going to need more bones. I'm going to be needing... Oh, I'm going to be needing 93 bones. Click 1 up here. I am going to... Totems is magic, I believe. Scales. I'm going to need more scales. So I'm going to need another 94 scales. Claws. Again. We already did some claws, but clearly we need more claws. We are going to need 100 more claws, in fact. And venom, I believe, is the last physical one. Let's see. Fangs, bones, scales, claws. Okay, so venom is magical. So that should be all of the ones that I need to get extra stuff for. And it is buying rather quickly. That's why I chose to buy all of these, because they fill more quickly than the rest of the stuff. So I'm not as worried about this not filling out. Let's check on our next objective while we wait for that. Yeah, T6 always sells fast. In fact, when I sell T6, I use the Discord server. The, what's that called? Overflow Trading Company. So that you can sell directly to other players without having to pay that 15%. You know it, I see. You know, you keep saying things like, oh, I'm the less experienced player, I'm the blah 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 blah. But you know everything about the game. You have so much knowledge about the game. I mean, your partner is clearly just very, 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 very experienced then, right? All of the berries. Anyways, the next part we are going to be going for. This should end up this, which means we have everything for this and everything for this. So we should be able to finish up these 2 the second we have our buy orders done. So honestly, the last thing that's left is to just get grinding on these gifts. So if we go back into the game here. Illuminating Amnitas, illuminating Inner Nios, and illuminating Skywatch Archipelago. I just need to do those a couple of times. 2 of them only 2 times, and 1 of them 3 times. I don't remember which 2 I already have 1 of. It's Skywatch and... Wait, that's a Gift of the Astral Ward. That's the big one, isn't it? Gift of the Astral Ward? Yeah. Let's just look over here. So I have 1 of them being a Gift of Astral Ward already, which means with 5 of each of these, I should be able to just make a Gift of Stormy Skies. So I only need to farm 2 times 2 of these, and 1 times the last one, right? We go over here again, we can see that we have, yeah, so only 1 more Skywatch Archipelago, and then 2 Nios and 2 Amnetas, and that should fill it up. Yeah, your partner has played for a long time, so you get fed information, but you're trying to play a bit more independently, and that's why you're trying to do CMs and stuff on your own, and you've played for 6 years, but very on and off, taking breaks in longer periods. That makes a lot of sense to me. That, like, again, one of the best things about Guild Wars is that you can just drop it for 2 or 3 years and then come back, and I mean, there will be more options open to you, but your build will likely still be playable. You'll still be able to jump right back into the content you enjoy. And I also get that it's a delicate balance, right, between it's nice to have help, it's nice to have someone helping you get into something, but it's at the same time, if you skip all the progressing, then it also feels like the progressing is the game, right, in many ways, especially in MMO games. So if you skip all of that because you have a more experienced partner or a friend or whatever that wants to get you into the game, and you skip all of the... You skip the game if you get too much help. So it's nice to, like, work through some stuff on your own as well. I'm not saying that's your situation, I'm just saying that's what my associations go to. I can't mind read, I don't know your opinions for stuff like that. You'd done Sunlight Junkyard challenge mode before yesterday, but that time was just easy and was done first try. So yesterday, you actually got to try the progression for that challenge mode. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense to me. Let's see. Okay. I'm going to go over to the Wizard's Tower stuff, and I'm going to just need a really quick toilet break here in a second. But I think what we're going to do is we're going to be doing the lanterns when I come back, a couple of rounds of those, just really quickly here. We are just probably going to have a where are all the lanterns placed guide up on the second monitor, so inner Nios lantern locations, illuminating inner Nios. Yeah, easy. But yeah, you also need to do the map completion in Secrets of the Obscure, but you just started with Blizshot open. I understand that. It's a little painful for me. I really dislike Blizshot. What I do is, like, I have one of these up on my second monitor, and then I just follow that. Because then my game still looks pristine, in-game, immersive, you know? The Blizshot, it's too much for me to have a line in the game. I think it's a nice tool. I think it's awesome that it exists. I'm too much... I don't feel like an immersionist... I don't feel like an immersionist often, but that's what makes me feel like an immersionist. Every time someone goes, I'm putting Blizshot up, I go like, oh, but my immersion, but the game world, ooh. Anyways, I'm going to put on an ad break because it's a good time to do it when I'm away anyways. And then I'm gonna do a really quick toilet break, and I will be right back. Thank you for sticking around. Bye.
Eat my dust.
You'll find everything you need here.
And I'm back. Okay. Doo-doo-doom.
May Lissa aid you.
Let's just update the title and say legendary armor crafting chill. Bloop. Okay. Let's remove this from the main screen because I'm putting that over on the secondary screen. And I'm going to pull it out a little bit here. There we go. Okay. Starting with this one. That one's already blue, so I already did that one. I don't know if there's an easy way out to the other side of this bridge here, but there should be like a updraft somewhere. At least. Updraft, updraft.
All these cryptids. The ones here? Yes. We wouldn't have
At least I thought so. Ah, there we go. That's the updraft. Look. Whee. Do 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 do.
Refreshing. I am dead.
Dreamfish. Welcome back. And you're right, if you do have the guide on your second stream, you can't have my stream on your second stream. That is true. That's actually terrible. There's no way around it. That's just the worst outcome that could happen. I think this one is close to the bottom. If I remember right, it is. I also only have 2 monitors. Right now, I have the... on my second stream, I have the thing up, but minimized enough that I can still see the chat over on my second second screen. But yeah. Oh, I'm not going down here. I need to go up here. Should be like over here somewhere. Well, there's quite an easy way around it, isn't there? There should be one. Oh, I've gotten too far. There should basically be one by each, like, what is this called? Points of interest, right? They are basically a repeat of the points of interest. Yeah, exactly. It also means I'm a little confused. Yeah, then that means there should be one up here as well. That I then kind of missed because I was too busy thinking that I was further along than I was. Or the other way around. Not as far along as I was. Yeah, I think that's the same for all of the secrets of the obscure lanterns, isn't it? Though, like, the biggest problem is that the one in Amnitas, there's one of the points of interest that is inside that place where you have to get the stuff. So I've done that. That. The next one should be down here. Because the only way to get the gift, because map completion is hidden behind the story. Yeah.
There's one to remember.
Leave me alone! All I want to do is just do these things. I want to fight you. I want to open this chest, though.
That looks valuable.
There we go. Oh, that's already blue, so I already have that. Sky scale. Next one south. Further south. Actually, this guide wants me to go east first. Sure, let's do that. So we're gonna grab the ones that are in here and then go down. I must admit, I'm not really a fan of the gifts of exploration. I think it's a little bit like... they're not difficult to get, and they're not... like, I get it the first time, right? I think it's awesome that there is somewhat something in the game that wants you to explore every nook and cranny of the map the first time. But I just think that, like, after the first time, right? It's just a little bit of a repetition. It's just a little bit of a... doesn't really do much, does it? Wait, I need to remember this one. Bloop. So I'd honestly prefer like a system that says, you know, to get this, you have to get the achievement. Should be one like right here somewhere. I That's probably below us too, isn't it? Yes. Like, you have to get the achievement and then you can buy it again and again from a merchant for 10 ectos or whatever. Something like that. Yeah, I mean, especially for the Gen 1 legendaries where you need to do the full 100% map completion in base game, and that is time consuming. Yes. I have not done that once, and I mean, I'm going to do it at some point, but it's a lot. It's a lot. And it is easier with these Soto maps. It is. You've done it twice? Wow. You get 2 each time, right? So you've gotten 4 of the map completion thingy-mabobs. Oh wait, I skipped one that's a little north of this. Ah, up here. Watch it be blue. It isn't, but that would have been fun. Just do a little detour and then watch the Starlight Lantern already have been activated at some point. I hate the small chest so much. This time running out, staying after you're done with it. It's such a... I hate that bug. There are not a lot of things that frustrate me, like, too much in the game, but that's definitely one of the things. You used to buy Tyria Core map completion from a friend, but sadly she stopped playing. She loved to discover the map. That makes a lot of sense too. I hear you can also kind of do it that way with, like, on the, what's that called? The trading thing. You can get people to do it for you in the way that you can... Hold on, let's just get this orichalcum. In the way that you can... You'll have to hand them all of your ingredients once you only need that, and then they complete your legendary for you and hand your legendary back. Requires a bit of trust, but it's a nice thing to be able to do. And you even sold one of them. Yeah, so exactly that. It wanted me to go down here and then up there. So probably because it's easier to do the rest of them after. Yeah, I mean, I didn't really have the resources to make my own, so I was like, sure, I'll sell one. That makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. That one's already blue. Should be one more over here.
Got enough rations and supplies to stay alive, not nearly enough to make a meaningful pursuit against Empire.
Up. Up, up, and away.
Unexpected boon of this journey has...
Oh no, that is just the Astral War camp. 1, 2. Yeah, so the camp itself, like all the way in here. Yeah, that's the one that I already had. And there's of course one out in the water here somewhere. Yep. There we go. Yeah, you had to completely trust in her. Yeah, I also like that you can buy middlemen and stuff like that on the... Hold on, I'm going to check again. Overflow Trading Company. You can buy middlemen at the Overflow Trading Company, which makes it all a lot more it feels a lot more chill. I don't do it when I just sell, like, you know, resource tier 6 sets or globs of ectoplasm or stuff like that. But I do like to do it when if I ever have to do like a big, here's everything I need for a legendary, please please keep it safe for me. Okay. Here it wants me to go from here to here. Let's get as far up as possible to make sure that we can make the jump there. Probably enough.
Is this smell true?
Oop. While we're here, we might as well also grab the... I can see I already grabbed that, that's blue. But we might as well also grab the chest over here.
Nice gear.
I have to make sure to get this up on the second screen again so that I can see it. There, there. Yeah, there's one on the top here, I think. Or maybe it's not on the top. Maybe it is like down at the bottom. It is, but it wants me to go there last. It wants me to keep my momentum going of being high up. Let's see if I can grab the chest over here as well. And of course the orichalcum vein.
Nice gear.
Treachery on your flesh.
Whee. This one right there. This one I've already grabbed. Did I grab the one at the edge? I did. Back here. There we go. One I still need. Excellent. And this other one is probably up top. Yes, it is. Whoop. If I wanted to romanticize not using the blish hut more, I'd also mention that by not using the blish hut, I have to be way more aware about the entire like environment, because I have to go like, okay, so this point of interest is one where it probably makes sense for them to have the thing higher or lower or wherever. So you have to think a little bit more about the landscape. Which of course, the blish hut would be very bad at its job if you had to do that when you use it. Totally get it. I did it without the blish hut so many times, I just got tired of it. That is also very understandable. Again, I don't think this is the most fun. I think it is a little bit repetitive. I think it would be nicer if you could just buy it from a vendor after the first time, but I understand. It makes every legendary a little bit of a journey instead of only the first legendary a little bit of a journey. You use it so you can turn your brain off. Yeah. I gets it. I get it, man. I get it. You have a full armor set. Yeah, okay. That's... Again, I'm trying to get there now, right? Trying to go from having... to get my first, like, the last 3 pieces of my first full armor set. You never want to do it again, but unfortunately you do want another set of legendary armor, so... That's definitely fair too. I think, right, the next one it wanted me to do something about... It's down here. I think it's in the water, right?
I appreciate the help.
Somewhere. That's a little chest. Isn't it in the water? Is it? It is in the water, but it's up at here at the end of the water. I probably should have thrown a few punches at that boss to get the rewards, but I was very focus mode. Let's see here. Ah, there it is. This is also something like this little thing. You don't see that a lot of places in Nios in general, but I like the little touch that just seeing this house and this house built into the side means that the cryptids are actually living in houses. They do actually... They are not just savages. They are not just animals that walk around outside. They do have, like, somewhere to go, so to speak. Which is very nice. Because much of this instance... I mean, there are some grandiose ruins, right? And there are the citadel itself, which is a building. But much of it is, like, devoid of the feeling of, oh, a society lives here. I don't remember where to go next. I went there, there. Just continue down to here as my next one. That's already blue. So we keep continuing on to this one. Yeah. Starlight lands in here, but I don't actually know if it represents the Bridge of Sighs. It's a little far away from it. Let's see here. This one says go down to... I think it wants me to actually go like here. Somewhere. And then here and then here. So there must be one further down. Yes, there it is. And then in to grab the one in here, which is already grabbed. Right? Yep. Then down, because there's one like... I think it's like kind of obvious in the middle here, right? Like just around the corner. Yep, but that's always grabbed. And then inside of the thing itself. No, there's no one inside of it, because that's the one I just grabbed over there. So just have to keep going up. Up, up and away! Since we're going in this direction anyways, we might as well, again, grab the Orichalcum and the Greater Arcane Chest that's in here somewhere.
Nice gear.
And then we're only 2 away. 2 away doesn't seem quite right. Yeah, I missed Waters of the First Dream, and I missed Astral Ward Camp. Interesting. Well, we'll get them in a second here. That's the lesser chest. Dreamfish. There's the starlight. Okay, so dreams. Waters of Regret. Pool of Lost Dreams. Was that the one? I missed. Waters of the First Dream. Isn't that the one that's up here? Tree of Morning, Pool of Whispers? No. Is it down here somewhere? Lost Altar, Tree of Many Faces, Pillar of Moon, Everlasting Night. It's one of the water bodies, right? It has to be one of the water bodies. Pool of Lost Dreams.
Everything's secure down here. What's your status? That's good news, Major.
Didn't I grab
The
that?
general
I'm
here has been
almost
dealt
certain I
See you at
was
the rendezvous
past
point.
there. No, that is Waters of the First Dream. That confuses me so much. Oh, it's this one. Let's go there first then. Doop, boop, boom. Then we can always teleport to the Astral Ward Camp and finish up back there. Right here, yeah? Yeah. Ah, there we go. Found you! And of course the last thing we need is the Astral Ward Camp itself. Ah, there it is. There it is. Let's see our loot. Loot, 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 loot. Oh, it comes here. It gives a little box. I'd forgotten that it gave a little box. Oh, very nice. Transmutation Touch. That's a Berserker's thing. That might sell for a decent amount of money. Sometimes they do. Nah, this one doesn't. But we have our Gift of Inanios. And click that. Let's go back to the Wizard's Tower for a second. Okay.
Eat my dust.
In an IOS, so now we just need... Well, we need to do both of these again, and we need Amnitas twice. I also don't need a lot in Amnitas, actually. Very doable. Hold on a second. Oh. I think, however, I just noticed that Fandral has come online and he is currently doing Harvest Temple Challenge mode with friends. And I do want to watch a streamer struggle through Harvest Temple so that I get more of an understanding of that myself. So I think we're going to end this stream here and then go over to him, like do a little raid of him. To... Where is Fandral? How do I search? Because right now we're just chilling a little bit and I am a little tired and it's nice to have, you know, more of a feeling, more of a... What's that going to be called? Have more energy for tomorrow as well. So I think I am simply going to call this one here and say thank you so much for watching. Please throw a follow if you want to make sure you catch me when I go live again. And I will see you over on Fandral doing Harvest Temple Challenge modes.
Melissa